Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cornwall Council's annual general meeting. I'm Henry Gordon-Lennox, Monitoring Officer for Cornwall Council, and in accordance with the Council's constitution, I will be dealing with the election of Chairman of the Council. I will then be handing over the running of the meeting to the Chairman. First reminder, if you can turn off mobile phones, please. Item 1, election of the Chairman. Before seeking nominations for Chairman, please be aware that prior to the vote, each candidate will be asked to make a brief speech on the reasons they wish to be nominated and their vision for the role. In the event there is only one candidate, they will still be expected to make such a speech. In accordance with paragraph 16.6 of the Council Procedure Rules, if there are more than 2 people nominated for any position to be filled and there is not a clear majority of votes in favour of one person, then the name of the person with the least number of votes will be taken off the list and a new vote taken. The process will continue until there is a clear majority of votes for one person. I will now therefore call for nominations for the appointment of Chairman of the Council. Councillor Clements.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer. Good morning, members. As someone that has chaired various committees and meetings for the last 45 years, I appreciate the complexities of the position of chair, the need to be neutral, to enable vigorous debate, but at the same time, fair and controlled debate. This, coupled with the ability to use your discretion wisely to allow all points of view to be represented on a level playing field, is paramount to the core principles of democracy. Having sat in this chamber for 3 years now, I have witnessed the ability of Councillor Pauline Giles to control what on occasion could have become unruly and out of control meetings with confidence and fairness to all concerned. Also being wise enough to consult the monitoring officer when the need arises, to ensure the membership has every opportunity to consider the facts before making the decisions needed to fairly represent the residents of Cornwall. Aside from the running of the meetings of the Council, Councillor Giles has committed many hours to representing the county widely across the Duchy and further afield, always acting in the best interest of the Council and the members of this chamber. All of this while still being active in the community she represents, above and beyond that which would be considered the norm for a councillor. I have no hesitation in proposing the re-election of Councillor Giles to the position of chair for the coming year, and would like to thank her for the work she has done and the diligent preparation to ensure that meetings have run as smoothly as possible and giving us all the opportunity to express our views. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Mitchell.
Hello. 1, 2. Thank you, Chair. I would like to second Pauline into this. I didn't know I'd got to speak, and Pauline rang me and said I'd got to speak, and I put a thing round to all your Conservative colleagues, Pauline, asking them what they would say. I got 2 replies. One said, well, she ain't got any worse, and the other one wanted to know where his Hermes parcel was. But anyway, no, seriously, I would like to second you. I think you've been very fair and been very polite and civil to us all. And you come out to St. a couple of times to give out your gonks and things like that, which I thank you for. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other nominations, please? No. I will now ask Councillor Giles to make her statement.
I have had the honour of serving as your chairman for the last 3 years. I've done my best to attend as many events countrywide, countywide, and on the occasion where possible, always at the forefront of my mind is to be the best ambassador for Cornwall Council and our beautiful duchy as I can be. I've been known to rock up with trays of cupcakes and on St. Piran's Day this year, 6 dozen homemade Cornish fairings in gift bags to give out to the people of Truro. I know I don't have to do this, but I know it makes a difference and it makes people smile, and I'm happy to do that. Chairing full council has sometimes been challenging, and for some, even giving me a chance has been hard because of political persuasion. Having said that, I would like to think that I have been fair to you all and acted on sage advice when making my decisions, no matter who it might upset. Being chairman is about being impartial, fair and upholding democracy. And I must thank Jordan, Henry, Anita, Charlie and their teams, and of course my wingman Dave, for being there, advising and supporting all the way. I have been here and remain so as a support to you all, and if you will let me, your friend. And the last word when the difficult decisions need to be made. I'd like to think that given this is the last year of council, you will put aside the turf war and put your hand up to support me, because we are a team. Team Cornwall, let's let the residents see that. Thank you.
There being only one nomination, that of Councillor Giles, I will ask for a show of hands in favour of Councillor Giles' appointment. So all those in favour, please. Anybody against? Any abstentions? Thank you, that's clearly carried. So I now declare that Councillor Giles has been duly elected the Chair of Cornwall Council. And I'll now ask Councillor Giles to do the declaration of acceptance of office.
Okay. I, Councillor Pauline Giles, having been elected to the office of Chairman of Cornwall Council, declare that I take that office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and abilities. I undertake to observe the code which is expected of members of Cornwall Council. Thank you to everybody for putting your faith into me again. Thank you very much. Okay. Bear with me. Election of Vice Chairman. As previously, please be aware that prior to the vote, each candidate will be asked to make a brief speech on the reasons why they wish to be nominated and their vision for the role. In the event there is only one candidate, they will still be expected to make such a speech. In accordance with paragraph 16.6 of the Constitution, if there are more than two people nominated for any position to be filled and there is not a clear majority of votes in favour of one person, then the name of the person with the least number of votes will be taken off the list and a new vote taken. The process will continue until there is a clear majority of votes for one person. I will now call for nominations for the election of Vice Chair of Cornwall Council.
Chair, thank you. I'm absolutely delighted to propose Councillor Jordan Rouse for the position of Vice Chair. We've already heard how important the role is of the Chair and the Vice Chair. What we have to remember that these are our ambassadors when they're out in the community. And we look towards the Vice Chair in particular, as I'm proposing him, to be an exemplary model for all our residents to see how he supports you, and more importantly, to show, with respect, Councillor Rouse, that age is not a barrier to being successful in politics. And I think that also sends a very, very strong message. So I'm absolutely pleased to support Councillor Rouse, and I particularly want to thank him for the work that he has done in the last year over the governance arrangements, a real independent piece of work which will take this authority through for the forthcoming years. So thank you.
I would like to second Councillor Jordan Rouse as Vice Chairman. Jordan and I have a great working relationship, and even though we are of different generations, we are perfectly in sync when it comes to matters pertaining to that role. I know he's always at the end of the phone should I want to talk to something through, because that's what a great team does. Throughout the last 3 years, if there has been an event I have been unable to attend, I know Jordan will jump in to fill it. It has been a pleasure to work closely with Jordan, and I hope you will all vote in support of him remain as Vice Chairman, because I don't believe there's anyone better for the job. Do we have any other nominations? In that case, I'll ask Councillor Rouse to make his statement.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, Leader, as well. Downsides of being 6'6", I suppose. Thank you for your kind words. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you for the last 3 years. We work hard, we work together, and we have some fun along the way. Two people you wouldn't necessarily put together, but it just works. So thank you, Pauline. When I look back on my time as Vice Chairman over the past 3 years, I look backwards with much fondness. How many special people I've met, how many spectacular businesses I've visited, and how many amazing events I've attended here in Cornwall that this council has been a part of. Welcome to Prime Minister Trudeau and world leaders to Cornish soil at Newquay Airport for the G7 Summit. We've watched the first space launch from the UK here in Cornwall, and the first leg of the Tour of Britain as they cycle through our towns and villages. But even more importantly, Chair, I've met the most extraordinary Cornish residents. I've met a Cornish fireman who saved people's lives by quite literally pulling them from a car engulfed in flames while he was off duty on the A38. I've handed British Empire medals to the most extraordinary Cornish residents for their services to their community, to Cornish sport, to the veterans community, to Holocaust education and remembrance, for their services in helping and supporting the local community through food banks, just to name a few from this past year alone. All special people who have given so much for their communities, for their country and for our Cornwall. I've handed out the Queen's and King's Enterprise Awards to formidable Cornish businesses who have been recognised for their innovation as they continue to break down barriers to create the most remarkable new products and services. Hosted citizenship ceremonies in this very chamber for residents in Cornwall who have formally now become British citizens. Not only have they embraced British culture, but they have chosen Cornwall as their home, embraced our way of life, and contribute to their local communities. Just at the last citizenship ceremony 3 weeks ago, for example, we had 26 individuals, new British citizens from 23 different countries, all working, living, and loving life here in Cornwall. The civic role is incredibly important, and I love it. But for the past year, I've also loved leading and chairing the review into how Cornwall Council does scrutiny, spending hours upon hours on it with a small team of dedicated officers and councillors, but we did it. It was a hugely important piece of work, and arguably for the first time since the unitary authority was established, we are now going to be doing scrutiny properly, hopefully for the foreseeable. So, members, as you can tell, I absolutely love this job. I've loved the last 3 years, and I'd love one last year at it before the next administration. So, for the fourth and final time in this administration, members, I'd love you to return me as Vice Chairman of this Council for a fourth term. Thank you.
There being only one nomination, that of Councillor Rouse, I will ask for a show of hands in favour of Councillor Rouse's appointment. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? I declare Councillor Rouse the duly elected Vice Chairman of the Council.
through and then date and sign.
I, Jordan Rouse, having been elected to the office of Vice Chairman of Cornwall Council, declare that I take office upon myself, will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. I undertake to observe the code which is expected of members of Cornwall Council. 21st.
Item 3, prayers. I'd like to welcome Reverend Bourne, Kenwyn local minister and curate, who will now lead the council in prayers. Welcome.
It's lovely to be here. Yes, I'm Andy Bourne from Kenwyn Church, and I'm the curate there. Shall we pray? Thank you, Almighty God, for life. Thank you that it is good because you are good. Thank you for our county and our city. Thank you for those people that live here, each one precious, known and valued by you. Thank you for the beauty of our land, the coast, the blue sky that was even red and green recently with the Northern Lights. Thank you for this council and each person involved here, whether obviously or behind the scenes. Thank you that you see all things and no one's contribution in life is overlooked by you. Thank you finally that you sent your Son on earth to show us how to live, and he also died for our sins. Lord, we commit into your hands the many aspects of life here, and particularly in these present times, as things have not been so easy. Bless our police, law, health, social services, businesses, education, voluntary sectors. Please bless all those who work in these sectors too, for your name's sake. Please, Lord, look after those who are more vulnerable in our society too. The frail, the unwell, the poor, those who just struggle with life, those that feel an outsider for whatever reason, the lonely. Thank you too for all that is so good in our communities. Help us to be better communities and to value all people and know that it is impossible for us to meet today anyone that you do not love, for you love us all. Lord Jesus, please bless this council today. Not just the decisions they have to make. It would be nice if they were all as simple as the last two. But also too, Lord, help them to do the decisions in a way that is right. Bless them with friendships, even in this council, even though they may differ in opinions, and that there may be cooperation here in this room. Help them to see the truth of matters that they're deciding on, and guide and bless their decision-making so that they make good decisions for this county. In particular, we pray for the chairman and the vice chairman elected in now. Please continue to bless Cornwall, and thank you that you value every person in this county, and you have no favourites. I will finish with the collect. O Lord, from whom all good things come, grant to us, your humble servants, that by your holy inspiration we may think of those things that are good, and by your merciful guiding perform the same. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, who is alive and reigns with you, in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 4, apologies for absence. Apologies for absence have been received from Councillors Bunny, Fairman, Kirk, Harvey, J. Thomas, Wills, White and A. Mitchell. And Rogerson. The monitoring officer has agreed that the following members may join us remotely for medical reasons, as you will appreciate, they will not be able to vote, and that's Councillors Long and Towell. Item 5, declarations of interest in accordance with...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to let you know that Councillor McGowan will be joining us a little bit late because he's in a meeting.
Thank you. Sorry, didn't see you there. Agenda 5, declarations of interest. In accordance with the Constitution, I will now take declarations of interest from any members for any items on the agenda. Will members please indicate any items in which they have interests and the nature of those interests? If you're aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-registrable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda, you must disclose it, whether or not you have already entered it into the register. Are there any declarations? Councillor George.
Thank you. Yes, just under item 17.2, in case someone might misinterpret the purpose of that motion, as I'm Chief Executive of the Cornwall Community Land Trust, which is concerned with affordable housing. I won't be raising the issue, but just in case others do during the debate. Thank you.
Councillor German.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Under the same item, I'm a trustee of the Roseland Community Land Trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 6, Chairman's announcements. I was thrilled to learn that 3 Cornish companies have been awarded the King's Award for Enterprise for 2024. Teagle Machinery Limited for international trade. Made for Life Organics has received a Sustainable Development Award, and Liner Dairies Limited for the Sustainable Development Award. Many congratulations to them on their outstanding achievements in winning this prestigious award. I was delighted to welcome the Duke of Cornwall on his recent visit to Cornwall to a sunny, very sunny, Fistral Beach. It was a wonderful occasion meeting representatives of local organisations who are working to promote safety in the sea and across the beach area ahead of the forthcoming summer months. It was also lovely to see our own Holly Sykes, Head of Audit and Electoral Services, spending time with the Duke in her role as Chairman of the Newquay Surf Life Saving Club. He also spent time with the RNLI, who is celebrating their 200th anniversary this year, of which I'd offer my congratulations. Finally, I was sad to learn of the passing of former Cornwall Councillor for Perranporth, Michael Callan. I know many of you served alongside him for many years, from when he was first elected in 2009 until 2021. I've sent condolences on behalf of the Council to his wife Jenny and family. I would like now to ask Councillor Rich to pay tribute on behalf of the independent group. Councillor Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Congratulations on your election as leader. I'd like to offer my sincere condolences to Michael's family, his wife Jenny, and everyone else. Councillor Michael Callan was on the Parish Council, Perranzabulow Council and Cornwall Council for 12 years simultaneously, and he was also Treasurer of the St Piran Trust. Michael started his career in his father's grocery shop, aged 9, in Manchester. He had 2 little sisters. He would take on the bus, aged 12, to the day nursery, and then he'd go to school, things you probably wouldn't have children doing nowadays. When Michael left school, he went to work for Tesco's. He started out as a branch manager, rising through the ranks to be branch inspector. During his 13 years there, he managed the largest single-floor supermarket in Europe. That was in Oldham. He was also a regular contributor to the Tesco staff magazine. He had his own column, and it was called Callan's Column. When he left Tesco to join Keymarket as the divisional director, he was promoted to operations director. And while he was there, one of his projects was working on the EPOS system, which is, anyone who's worked in retail will know that that's the sort of scanning system. He's one of the first people to do that, and he actually went to America to get trained up on it. He was at Keymarket. I think that's like a northern chain of supermarkets. He was there for 11 years. He left for another position at Fine Fair as a divisional operations director, in charge of like 1,600 staff, and this is between 1984 and 1987. And then after 3 years, Michael had the opportunity to start his own business, selling loose food and discount foods. He called it a day and went to work for QuickSafe as their operations director for the south of the country, and that's where he met Jenny. his wife of 29 years. Then again, he changed jobs. He became a property company operations director for 8 years and got a settlement to leave. He wanted a better way of life. At the time, Jenny worked for a bank, and they decided a good idea would be to get a post office. So they found one in Perranporth, and they were running that together. Jenny was the mistress, and kind of Michael worked for her. I always thought he was in charge, but it wasn't, it was Jenny. They were there for a while, and quite a long time, and until they sold it in September last year. They also had an art gallery as well, and Michael was frequently in there in the art gallery. I think he enjoyed that as well. He was described in Grocer magazine as a legend in his own lifetime. So a bit about Michael. He was a very, very unassuming man, and in everywhere he went, someone knew him. He didn't boast, you know. I mean, I worked with him for 8 years, and he was not the sort of person to kind of go on. He was kind of like not a man of few words, but when he did speak, they were words of wisdom. And he was I can't state enough that how much of a decent guy he was, a really good guy. He never spoke down to people, and he treated people very fairly. And one thing that I'll always remember is that when I first started as a councillor, I was on a committee that I really didn't want to be on, and I swapped with Michael. And his attitude was just give people a chance. You know, that's a really good quality for a councillor, giving people a chance. And there are a few things that he did do that I won't embarrass him about now. But one thing that I do want to say, and I think he was very, very proud to say this, is when at school he did get a trial with Manchester City Football Club, and he was extremely proud about that. So my sincere condolences to Mike. Bless you. We'll all miss Michael very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Can I now ask you all to stand in silent tribute? Thank you. Please be seated. Agenda item 7, minutes of the meeting held on the 16th of April 2024. I'll now move that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, the 16th of April 2024 are correctly recorded and that they be signed by the chairman. I'll ask my vice chairman to second the minutes. Please would you do so?
Happy to, Chair.
Now go to the vote. All those in favour? Any abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 8 is public questions. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that, as agreed by Council, up to 30 minutes be given for questions from the public. I will be asking the public to read out their questions. Where the member of the public is not present, my Vice Chairman will read the question. At my discretion, a questioner who has put a question in person may ask one supplementary question without notice to the member. Replied to the individual question. Any supplementary question that is put must arise directly out of the original question to reply. Today we have one question. The question is from Mr. Smith of St Mabon, who is not in attendance, so my Vice Chairman will read the question.
What is the total cost of Team Cornwall's attendance at the 3-day UK Real Estate Investment and Infrastructure Forum, which starts in Leeds today, Tuesday, 21st of May? Who is in Team Cornwall? Please list all councillors and advise how many homes will be built in Cornwall as a result.
I'll ask Councillor Gardner, portfolio holder for economy, to reply.
Thank you. The UK Real Estate Investment and Infrastructure Forum starts in Leeds this morning and will run until the 23rd of May. As has been the case for the last few years, Cornwall Council will be attending, along with a number of Cornish businesses across a number of sectors, who also see the benefit of talking to the UK's biggest investment companies. We are attending, along with over 12,000 other delegates, and taking our place alongside leading regions such as the Northern Powerhouse, Midlands Engine and the Western Gateway, in order to showcase why Cornwall is an exciting place to do business, invest and, most importantly, create better paid jobs for our people. And Cornwall has a lot to shout about. Not only will we be presenting the Council's own development projects at Paider and Langarth, we will also be promoting the unique role that Cornwall can play in supporting UK economic growth across sectors such as critical minerals and floating offshore wind. And we are already seeing significant private investment in these industries. I will be travelling to Leeds, along with Councillor Monk, after this meeting, and will be joined by 9 officers, including the Chief Executive, the Chief Operating Officer, the Strategic Director for Sustainable Growth and Development, Service Director for Economy Skills, and Service Director for Planning and Housing. The cost of attending, including Cornwall's stand in the main pavilion, is approximately £40,000. The list of attendees should reassure people how serious Cornwall is about attracting investment and creating jobs, and we will be stalking investors relentlessly throughout this event. None of this information should be a secret or a surprise. If you take a look at the Cornwall Trade and Investment website and their social media, you'll see that we've been shouting about this and our attendance for some time, and offering to start conversations with people that want to invest in Cornwall. And that also includes house builders. We all know, we've talked about it many times here in the chamber, that people are struggling to find housing, and part of the reason of this is the lack of capacity to build, and that is part of the problem. Attending UK Reef is about trying to solve these problems and promoting Cornwall, taking our seat alongside other parts of the UK and doing everything we can to shout about the great opportunities in Cornwall.
Thank you. Agenda item 9, election of leader. We now come to the election of leader. As previously, please be aware that prior to the vote, each candidate for leader will be asked to make a brief speech on the reasons they wish to be nominated and their vision for the role. In the event there is only one candidate, they will still be expected to make a speech. In accordance with the paragraph 16.6 of Council Procedure Rules, if there are more than 2 people nominated for a position to be filled and there is not enough clear majority of votes in favour of one person, then the name of the person with the least number of votes will be taken off the list and a new vote taken. The process will continue until there is a clear majority of votes for one person. Accordingly, I will seek nominations. Please may I now have nominations for leader. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your reappointment. I have no hesitation in proposing or nominating Councillor Taylor as leader of this council for the forthcoming year. She's been an excellent leader of this council. She's also been a great ambassador for Cornwall on a much wider stage. Proper job, well done. Thank you, carry on.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and congratulations to you and Vice Chairman on your re-election. I'm very, very happy to second the nomination of Councillor Linda Taylor to lead this council once again. I think if you asked many people, they would describe Linda's leadership as her leading this council with honesty, with integrity, and with distinction and passion for the people and businesses of Cornwall. And actually, I think despite some very personal campaigns against her, she has shown strength and leadership and what it takes to lead a modern and dynamic and complex authority that is Cornwall Council. Whether that's leading Cornwall Council through the G7, engaging with our residents through public meetings, and indeed no leadership courses in the US needed for our Linda, because she's got it naturally. She knows what it takes to represent people in this duchy. And just looking at some of the achievements over the last few years, record investment into adult social care to protect the most vulnerable across Cornwall, support for free bus passes for our pensioners, and a historic concession for young care leavers aged 18 to 25 across Cornwall. No words, action to show that we speak and act with our values in this administration, delivering better value for money for the taxpayer of Cornwall, and I think critically founding the Climate Commission for Cornwall to make sure that we bring partners together to address the strategic and structural challenges facing our duchy. So it is absolutely with pleasure that I second the nomination for Linda Taylor to be elected leader of this council.
Do I have any other nominations? Okay. I'll now ask Councillor Taylor to make a statement.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Harris, and thank you, Councillor Donathorne. Without making too many assumptions, I have quite a bit to say later on. But in relation to the nomination as leader of the council, I actually want to thank every single member of this administration, and I do mean everyone, because at the end of the day, we are determined to make a difference for the people of Cornwall. We were elected in 21 with a very strong manifesto, with an endorsement to make a difference and to deliver, and that is what we will continue to do in the 4th year of this administration. Thank you.
There being only one nomination, that of Councillor Taylor, I will ask for a show of hands in favour for Councillor Taylor in this appointment. So those for? Those against? Okay. Any abstentions? Okay. Do you want me to give the numbers out? Do you want me to give the numbers out? No? Okay. That is carried, and I declare that Councillor Taylor, the duly elected leader of the council. Congratulations. Agenda item 10, leaders' announcements, including the leaders' appointments to cabinet, including the allocation of portfolios. Leader.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. So, thank you for electing me for leader for the next year. It is and continues to be the greatest honour of my life to lead the council and to work daily to improve the lives of our residents. It is incumbent on me now to appoint my cabinet for the next 12 months, and there will be one change to the cabinet. I would like to place on record my appreciation to Councillor Conor Donathorne for his hard work on cabinet since November 22. He has held 2 portfolios, firstly transport and secondly customers. Councillor Donathorne will be standing down from the cabinet at the end of the month. I think we all know that Councillor Donathorne is a prospective candidate for the Camborne and Redruth seat, and it has been a very difficult decision for him to come to me and say that he actually wanted for transparency, honesty, and for to stand down from the cabinet and absolutely focus on representing those residents within that constituency. So I took his request with regret. But I would like to announce that from the 1st of June, Councillor Martin Worth will be joining the cabinet and stepping into the portfolio position. So thank you, Councillor Worth. I do want to say thank you to the rest of my cabinet who will stay in place. I absolutely admire the work and dedication they put to their particular portfolios, and we are seeing a difference. So thank you. So those of you who attended Cabinet earlier this month will know just how hard we are working to make a real difference to people's lives. After we approached an agenda that truly demonstrated our commitment to making Cornwall a place where everyone can start well, live well and age well. A new adult education skills plan proposals to create a smoke-free generation in Cornwall by 2030, and extra support for our most vulnerable residents to secure the housing they need were all approved and will all create positive changes. I have been out and about across Cornwall with the Listening to You sessions, and it has been a pleasure to meet local residents and to gain a clearer view of the issues that matter most to our communities, especially those local concerns that I may have not encountered without talking to the people who are affected. These sessions have been really useful, and I hope those who attended have found them as enlightening as I have. And there are still many more sessions planned over the next few months. I am determined that my Cabinet colleagues and I will continue this hard work for the 12 months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 11, appointment of committees. I ask Councillor Taylor to move and Councillor Cole to second the recommendation set out on page 25 of the agenda. Councillor Taylor.
Happy to move the recommendations as proposed. Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Happy to second.
Please raise your hands if you wish to speak. Councillor Taylor, I would imagine you don't want to add anything as there's been no speaker.
Nothing to add, Chair. Thank you.
I will now go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 12, allocation of seats. I will ask Councillor Cole to move and Councillor Rich to second the recommendation set out on page 31 of the agenda. Councillor Cole.
Happy to move as set out.
Councillor Rich.
Also happy to move as set out, Madam Chairman.
Please raise your hand if you have a question. Councillor Cole. Oh, Councillor Fitter.
Button. I do apologise, Madam Chairman. I wonder if the monitoring officer could explain why it is that the ruling group have 10 more seats as per the normal allocation on a revenue. I just can't work it out, and I just wondered if you could explain it to us, please.
Sorry, I'm not entirely sure I understand, but I think I might know the answer anyway, which is because of the addition of the Budget Scrutiny Committee, there are now more seats available.
It was to do with the actual membership of the particular group, and on a strictly proportional basis, the ruling group seemed to have more seats than what would normally be occurring. And I just wondered if you could explain the rationale behind it, sir. Thank you.
So I think that's as a consequence of the rounding up exercise. But the table has been calculated as in the normal way, and it's been circulated to group leaders who have not raised any concerns over it. So as I understand it, that is our normal process, and that is the sum that comes out.
Thank you, sir, for that clarification. Presumably it's a process that you yourself agree with.
Yes, I'm happy that's been done appropriately.
Councillor Martin.
Madam Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just on that point, I thought it wasn't just because of rounding up, it's because of the second rule that says where one party has an overall majority, that they then automatically get a majority on every committee, even if that means that they get more than what would be their strictly mathematical proportion. So I'm sure it's all been calculated right, but it does look odd at first glance.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Chair. Through you. it's been calculated in accordance with the rules and the rounding up exercise that the table must require to ensure that we get round numbers. So in the round, it's been done in accordance with the appropriate process, yes.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. The answer has just been given. The further point I would just make is on the additional committee, the Overview Scrutiny Budget Committee, because it's going to have the chairman and vice chairman of the other 5 scrutiny committees on it, which makes 10 members. Therefore, there should be 9 non-conservative members on that group to give a maximum input into it. Next year, it will be different because next year, the scrutiny committees will have the administration having either the chair or vice chair, and the non-administration, the opposition, will have the alternate part on that. So then there won't be a necessity to have quite so many people on the budget committee if it appears. Hopefully that makes sense.
Councillor Cole, is there anything else you want to add before we go to the vote? Okay, so those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Agenda number 13, State of Cornwall in the national context. Leader.
Thank you. 12 months ago, I stood here and spoke to you following one of our most momentous years in recent history. The country had seen the passing of our beloved monarch, the coronation of a new king, the start of a new war in Europe, and the cost of living crisis was gripping us all. However, despite those difficult circumstances, I was able to outline many successes for Cornwall while promising that there would be no complacency and promise that this administration would continue to work towards the tough targets we had set ourselves. The biggest challenge I set for us that day was to secure further powers and funding for Cornwall, and I'm delighted to be able to stand here today and tell you how we've achieved just that over the last 12 months. Without doubt, the biggest achievement of the past year was securing a bespoke Level 2 devolution deal for Cornwall, and I was proud to sign that deal in the heart of Westminster against the backdrop of a Cornish flag last December. When we had to accept that we would not be able to secure the Level 3 devolution deal, there was disappointment within the Cabinet, but we were immediately determined to secure the best possible Level 2 deal that we could. Those negotiations led to a new agreement which devolved the £10 million budget and decision-making powers for adult education from Whitehall to Cornwall, so that working with businesses and skill providers, we can make sure that our future generations of job seekers have the skills they need and make the choice to stay in the Duchy to make the most of the opportunities available to them right here. I am pleased to say that following Cabinet approval earlier this month, our plans for how this work will progress has been submitted to Government and will sit alongside our ambitions to influence and lead national and local skills programmes and their commissioning. It is helping create the thriving, sustainable Cornwall we desire, while the deal also provides a fantastic opportunity to shape national policy in respect of floating offshore wind power, with further pledges to work together to develop our carbon neutral commitment. That opportunity for Cornwall to be at the heart of national economic policy will come a step closer with the launch of the newly formed Cornwall and Arsacili Economic Forum in June this year, which is also part of our Level 2 agreement. This new economic forum will help to drive forward our ambitions for a thriving economy by embedding a strong, independent and diverse local business voice for Cornwall at the heart of national and local government. I am delighted to announce today the appointment of the former Business Secretary, Lord John Hutton, as the new chairman of this newly created forum for Cornish businesses. It will play a crucial role in ensuring that Cornwall achieves its goals and provides a coordinated voice for the private sector to inform and influence the shape and future direction of economic policy, as well as helping to identify and shape the skills that will be needed to ensure Cornwall's future workforce can benefit from the job opportunities being created in the new and emerging sectors. Having a voice in Westminster is so important, and to have Lord Hutton, who is respected across the political spectrum, fighting Cornwall's corner is fantastic news for our business community. The first order of business for the Forum will be the endorsement of Cornwall's new 10-year economic strategy, which will set an ambitious private sector powered trajectory for growth until 2035. We are at the forefront of so many growing areas of industry, from the exciting development of lithium mining and the exciting announcement of 53 million of UK infrastructure bank investment into creating a supply of lithium to Europe and Cornwall, through to our spaceport, and from our growing creative sector to tourism. We have a wonderful story to tell, and this will help us do just that. I'm also delighted by the support shown for the Cornish culture and heritage, particularly the language. This recognition of our distinctiveness is supported by the 500,000 funding secured through the Level 2 deal and comes just after the 10th anniversary of the Cornish being recognised as a national minority under the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, which recognised Cornwall's people's right to express, preserve, share and develop their distinctive culture and identity. We are rightly proud of our unique heritage as a distinct Celtic nation, and our support for Connaught was evidenced by all 5 group leaders writing to the government on the occasion of the 10th anniversary to request the protection for the language is upgraded from Part 2 to Part 3 of the European Charter. The deal has also ensured the leader of the Council will be invited to attend a meeting of the British-Irish Council when Celtic languages are being discussed, something else which we have been pushing for from government for some time. Those connections forged on common ground are so important to creating opportunities for our residents in the future. Last year, I also spoke of our desire to sign an historic memorandum of understanding between Cornwall Council and the Welsh Government. And in July, I was delighted to sign a new formal arrangement called the Celtic Heritage Cornwall-Wales Collaboration Agreement. With our proud Celtic heritage, it makes perfect sense to strengthen our ties and to agree to share knowledge and best practice to tackle some of the key issues that face us both, including affordable housing, the need for net zero, and how to grow rural economies. It will also be hugely beneficial from a cultural point of view, where I know we can learn from the successful growth of the Welsh language achieved in recent years, and I look forward to developing this relationship in the years ahead. I also told you last year of our determination to secure the introduction of 100% council tax premium on second homes, and we were delighted to see the legislation gain royal assent earlier this year and that the new rates will be levied from next April. We also lobbied the government for the introduction of a planning use class and registration scheme for short-term lets, and I had the pleasure of welcoming the Secretary of State, Michael Gove, to St Agnes in February, where he announced that both measures would be introduced. There were other highlights in a year of achievements. Uppermost in my mind was hosting National Armed Forces Day in Falmouth, where we were blessed with glorious weather, with tens of thousands of visitors enjoyed the spectacular military parade, the fascinating military village displays, and of course the aerial displays, including the Red Arrows. Another real achievement was the decision that experience of care should be treated as a 10th protected characteristic within Cornwall, meaning that all council decisions should take account of the positive or negative impact they could have on people with care experience alongside the other 9 protected characteristics set out in the Equality Act of 2010. These are all huge steps that demonstrate our determination to work with our communities to create a carbon neutral Cornwall where everyone can start well, live well and age well. And all of this has been achieved while we continue to face extreme financial challenges as the national picture remains challenging. The pressures of rising costs and increased demand for services have left us needing to use our reserves to balance the book, which is clearly not a tenable position moving forwards. Our prudent management of our finances has greatly reduced the deficit, and we continue to campaign for sustainable future funding from central government to alleviate the pressures in the years ahead. Of course, the position was eased further when we received an extra £6.5 million from Westminster following the letter written to the Minister by the Deputy Councillor Harris. And it was good to see just how loudly Cornwall's voice is heard in London and the difference that we can make on a national stage. Going forwards, we need to continue to identify areas where we can make savings, but we will continue to strive to deliver our key priorities and will continue to identify funding opportunities such as levelling up funds to ensure we continue to deliver for Cornwall. A shining example of how this can work can be seen in the successes of the Shared Prosperity Fund across Cornwall. Last year alone saw 134 projects valued at 193 million and aimed at boosting communities, businesses and skills across Cornwall were approved for investment. And to add to the 166 million investment into 4 towns in Cornwall, driven by Future High Street Fund and Town Deal investments, and 50 million for the Mid-Cornwall Metro project, and a significant programme of investments will transform opportunities and places over the coming years. Some of our first Living Up projects have already completed their work, and we are delivering positive outcomes across Cornwall. The St Ives Orchard Community Learning Centre, the Liskeard Library, co-working and tech facilities, Bude Canal Regeneration, and here in Truro, communities empowered through devolved programmes to shape their own prosperity through the Community Levelling Up programme and the new Minerals Gallery in the Royal Cornwall Museum opening later this summer, celebrating the unique and powerful minerals right under our feet. The deadline for the money to be spent on these projects is March next year, and for the first time in 25 years, Cornwall has no clarity on the scale of timings for vital future structural funds to underpin our economic growth. I have written to the Chancellor this week to set out our ambitious plans, and we will continue to lobby the government to confirm future investment to the same levels or higher to ensure that we can develop our devolution ambitions with a long-term structural investment programme that will continue to support everyone from small grassroots projects to major strategic investments. Only by having the security of confirmed funding can we continue to invest in the future to make our economy more equal, more resilient and more prosperous. In summary, for 3 years we have taken great strides towards our key priorities, and we are determined to do even more in the next 12 months. We have said we want Cornwall to be a brilliant place to be, and to be a child and to grow up. And we have our plans for new neurodiversity strategy will provide screening and resources for children and young people with neurodiverse needs so that they can fulfil their potential. We have helped shape a thriving and sustainable Cornwall, and we will continue to do so, holding a work and health summit for businesses in the Duchy last week. Cornwall has specific economic challenges, including a shrinking workforce and high labour demand. To maximise the benefits from national government welfare reforms, the summit will help organisations and businesses across information and share best practices on childcare, health and good working practices, aiming to get more people into work. We are building a vibrant, safe and supportive communities, and crucially, we continue to strive for better adult care for our residents. And in the last 12 months, we've seen significant improvement in care based on our strategy, emphasised by the improved feedback we are seeing from carers regarding their experience of social services. In November, Cabinet approved the supported and specialist housing strategy, setting out the aspirations for Cornwall to ensure that people have the right care in the right place at the right time. And members will be aware of the significant work which has come through Cabinet since November to start delivering on this ambition. In addition to this, adult social care are working with residents with lived experiences to shape the services of the future, focusing on what matters to those individuals and moving away from prescribing care. And of course, tackling housing pressures remains a top priority, and we are improving the availability of affordable homes across Cornwall. And there is a total of 460 2 affordable homes were completed in the first 9 months of the year. Over 250 homes have been delivered for social rent, affordable rent or shared ownership, and another 250 homes are being built. We are also now working with 52 of our local councils to find suitable sites for housing and have identified 32 sites in parishes with prioritised housing needs. In summary, despite the challenges faced, we have made a Herculean effort to deliver our priorities while remaining prudent with our finances. It is this approach that is delivering for the people of Cornwall, and we will continue to do so for next year. And the people of Cornwall have welcomed our efforts, as you will see from the results of our annual residents' survey. We show that we are bucking the national trend, which has seen declining levels of public confidence in local authorities. And it was pleasing that resident satisfaction with the area as a place to live has soared to 88%, compared with the LGA's national survey figure of 75%. And given one of our 5 values is we trust each other and are trustworthy, it is uplifting to see residents' trust in the council increase to 67%, a full 12% above the declining national figure. We've also seen big leaps in the level of resident satisfaction in our public realm services like street cleaning, road maintenance, library provision and recycling services. And on the subject of recycling, I want to pay credit to those involved in the successful rollout of the new food waste recycling and refuge service. All hugely positive results given the wider national context and a real endorsement of our collective efforts. And given this speech is about Cornwall in the national context, I will end by highlighting that as a result of our achievements in 23, this council is a finalist in the National LGC and MJ Awards for the Diversity and Inclusion and Local Authority of the Year and the Transforming Lives categories. And the last one captures precisely what we have done and will continue to do, namely transform lives and livelihoods for the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Agenda item 14, programme of ordinary meetings. I'll now move and my Vice Chairman to second the schedule of ordinary meetings of the Council as set on agenda page. Councillor German.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I just wanted to speak to the item.
For the previous item?
No, to this item.
All right.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. The dates presented, the 15th of April is put forward for an ordinary meeting. We know that the elections to Cornwall Council will happen on Thursday, the 1st of May, 2 weeks and 2 days later. Would it not be sensible to move the September meeting back by 2 or 3 weeks and then concurrently all of the other meetings so that we're not just 2 weeks away from the election when we have our final full council meeting of this term? Thank you.
Okay, after a little bit of discussion, we have to stick to the date that we've got because it's like a domino effect involving the other scrutiny committees and the Cabinet. So it wouldn't be sensible to change it. And this has happened in previous administrations. I know you want to come back.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not sure that we've been this close to the election in previous administrations. But if we're not voting on this item, then there's no point in it being here. If it's here because we're voting on it, then we have the ability to change it, and the calendar is yet to be set out for the current year. So if we change these, we can change all of the other meetings so that they fit in sequentially. Thank you.
Bringing the monitoring officer in.
Thank you. Yes, it is within the gift of council to change it if the council so wishes. The difficulty is, as the chair says, it is a domino effect of trying to order everything so that they flow through. I think it's fair to reflect that actually having April meetings is fairly standard, even in an election year. So I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary with that. for members to decide fundamentally, but the advice and in terms of programming of all the other meetings and making sure everything flows through, these dates are set with that in mind.
Councillor Kirkham.
I'd like to support what Councillor German is saying, because that would help my point as well, because obviously if there's a 15th of April meeting, if we're in Purda, we won't be able to have it. But also, for the second year running, our September meeting will clash with the Labour National Conference, and I did point this out last year when it happened, and it's happened again. And the dates were set 3 years in advance, so I'm afraid we didn't know when it was. Can't be the case. I did check this morning. So I would ask that that could be considered as well. So if we can, if it is something that we can vote on it, then I would ask that that could be looked at changing, because it is the second year running.
Bringing the monitor officer in again.
So it's just to deal with the Purda point. There is nothing in the Purda rules that stops the council doing its business as usual.
And Councillor Kirkham, as far as I know, and I'm going to look to my right, I think there was a deal of looking at dates at the time, and everybody else's conference was dates were announced, apart from the Labour one. Is that right? They didn't know who the date. That was the date that it would be started. So, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I appreciate it's a difficult job to juggle all these things around. I do feel like that 15th of April is going to be a wasted meeting because we won't be allowed to discuss anything politically. Well, I appreciate that, yeah, it's difficult to fit them all in. I think that 15th of April will be a wasted meeting if we're not allowed to talk about anything political. But I'm also grateful that effort has been made to avoid school holidays for people who've got family commitments. To make sure that we've got a diverse and inclusive council, we need to make sure that meetings don't clash there. I would like to see the April one moved, but the others, if we start moving them, we're going to end up going into February half term, bumming into Christmas holidays, and so on. But if moving the April one was to affect other meetings, then most of our other meetings, we can have substitutes. If something is inconvenient for someone, we can have substitutes. But of course, full council, you can't have a substitute. So I would like to see that one change. I wonder, the Labour Party might not have put their dates on the website in the place that you looked, but did anyone ask the Labour group leader what date their conference was before these dates were set?
Okay, just for clarity, we've just looked back, and there have been April meetings in the election years of 21, 17 and 13, so this is not something that's extraordinary. So we are going to move on with the vote. So those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 15.1, overview and scrutiny annual reports. I will ask Councillor Keeling to move and Councillor Worth to second the recommendations on page 41 before providing each one of the scrutiny committee members an opportunity to speak. So, Councillor Keeling.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and congratulations on your re-election to the chair. I am pleased to present this, the third annual report of the 5 scrutiny committees for Cornwall Council. It provides some of the key pieces of work undertaken over the past year. The scrutiny review previously undertaken...
Councillor Keeling, can you try and get a little bit closer to the mic?
Right, okay. I'll do what I can with my legs, hang on.
Point of order. Chair, could I request that for today, until we can get some new longer microphones purchased, that you give us permission to speak from a sitting position? I know it's not usual, and we don't mean it as disrespect for you, but I want to hear what people have got to say.
I think that's a good idea. Councillor Keeling, if you want to take your seat. And possibly start again.
That really does help my leg as well. Hang on a minute. Right, here we go. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And as I said earlier, congratulations on your re-election to the chair. I am pleased to present this, the third annual report of the 5 Overview and Scrutiny Committees for Cornwall Council. It provides some of the key pieces of work undertaken over the past year. The scrutiny review previously undertaken by this council will no doubt throw up further challenges for the next year. And furthermore, I move the recommendation on page 41 that the annual report be received and approved. Thank you.
Councillor Worth, do you second?
Madam Chair, yes, I second the motion. Thank you.
Now I'll ask the chairs of the committees to give a report. Councillor Mustoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations to you and your deputy for your re-election again, very well deserved. So from the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee, our third year as a committee has seen all members continue to work together with the best outcome for our young people at the heart of every decision we make. Highlights from our work programme over the past year include the conclusion of our EPIC member-led inquiry on youth provision in the Duchy, which saw members travel all over Cornwall visiting various different kinds of youth provision, as well as seeking feedback from a wide variety of sources on what is and isn't going well, and ended with a recommendation to Cabinet that, among other things, an annual youth work conference be delivered in partnership with some of the extraordinary providers we have locally in order to share, nurture and grow this vital sector. Recommendations were made to Cabinet and the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhoods, including that the Council joins and plays an active role in the Cornwall Youth Work Collective, an annual youth work conference be delivered in partnership, and that community area partnerships be invited to make youth provision a standing agenda item. Away from that, special education needs and disabilities provision for our children, young people and their families continues to be a large part of our work. In May 2023, we reviewed the outcomes of the Cornwall Area SEND inspection led by Ofsted and the CQC and recommended Cabinet endorse the SEND Transition Action Plan and ongoing monitoring arrangements. This was always going to be a tough inspection as the criteria had changed and it was a very new process, but the results held up remarkably well, with the elements that Together for Families are responsible for in particular standing out in terms of anticipated outcomes and the work that was already in place to improve things going forward. With this in mind, we have since spent considerable time scrutinising the Council's SEND transformation work which as the parent of a SEND child myself, I know has never been so prominent to the children and families who rely on the Council's services. In July 2023, we looked at the celebrated neurodiversity strategy and enthusiastically recommended to Cabinet for endorsement and for additional resources to be made available if required to allow implementation under the proposed timelines. And in March of this year, our committee welcomed and acknowledged the progress of the SEND transformation plan so far, work that has seen in the last year the Council employ additional officers to provide that crucial communication link with children and families waiting for ADHD and ASD diagnoses, both pre and post assessment, absolutely critical for the families who need this provision. Finally, the work by our children's rights officers with the Youth Council and annual conversation continues to be a highlight, and it has been fantastic to see the participation of the young people at the events that have taken place all year round. And a big thank you to Kath Enover and her team for working to deliver this. I think a summary of the past year would be that it's fair to say that these are challenging times for all areas of local government in terms of overall finance, but the Together for Families Directorate continues to stand up to our robust scrutiny while over-delivering time and time again with the resources it has available to it. In closing, I'd like to thank my Deputy Chair, Councillor Whedon, all committee members for their cheerful, positive and pragmatic approach to our busy programme, including recently incoming co-opted diocese representative Lee Moscato, the Together for Families senior leadership team and staff, and Cabinet member Barbara Ellenbrook for continuing to be, and I was told to remove this from my report, but I'm putting it back in my speech, no bullshit, straight-talking anti-politician, and that's a good thing. And last but not least, our Democratic Services support Lynn Davey and Louise Opie, who have also been great help this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keeling.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I'll, yeah, that was good, that. It was an interesting year for CASOSC. The committee provided critical or constructive friend challenge to the executive on various matters, and the recommendations, comments and observations provided to Cabinet were informative and useful. However, I now welcome the change of working for the overview and scrutiny function as put forward by the Council's review team and ratified at full Council. Customer and Support Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee will now become Corporate Finance and Performance Overview and Scrutiny Committee. The changes are in places significant. However, a lot of the work previously carried out will continue, albeit in a slightly different format. The Budget and Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee is a step change in how the committee provides an oversight and scrutiny of the Council's budget and makes for a more inclusive process rather than the former COSAC taking the lead. Further, I particularly welcome the informal chairman, vice chairman and audit chairman committee meetings, which will lead to further discussions on how to avoid duplication and identifying further areas that may have a cross-cutting theme. Also, this focuses the scrutiny function across the piece and enables closer liaison between the committees. I will mention the call-in that we had on the 22nd of December. However, it's also important to note that call-in should only be used in exceptional circumstances. Nevertheless, it was deemed important enough for the decision to be called in and scrutinised to ensure that the checks and balances are put in place to provide clarity around the decision-making process and that lessons learned are put in place. I particularly welcome the opportunity for Corporate Finance and Performance Scrutiny Committee to actively contribute to the preservation of the Council's reputation and review of matters relating to the Council's reputation. There have been occasions in the past when defence of the authority's reputation have been quickly resolved satisfactorily by prompt action by scrutiny. We haven't had an opportunity to do it.
30 seconds.
It's important that scrutiny should own and take the lead on the process on behalf of the public and implement mechanisms to encourage and enhance community participation by raising awareness of the ways in which the public may interact with the scrutiny process. In conclusion, or finally, I would like to thank my Vice Chair, Councillor Anne Double, and all the committee members for their views and comments and questioning skills over the past year. In particular, thanks go to the officer team providing reports and Louise Opie, our Senior Democratic Support Officer. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, I'd like to really focus on not necessarily the words in the report, but bringing the focus to the members of the committee, which I must individually thank, not one at a time, but certainly for working through a pretty challenging role this year in economic growth and development. We had to start with the transfer of housing options. We had the Mid-Cornwall Metro, Vision Zero, home to school policy. There was a pre-consultation and follow-up on electric vehicle infrastructure strategy. Importantly, we had 2 site visits which I implemented, and we took the members to Cornwall Airport Newquay. We had tours, and it was airside behind the scenes, up and down the runways, obviously not when something was flying, which was an advantage. And we held a strategic airport review meetings there, which were important. And also, being inclusive, we brought along the local members to those events. We finalised the year. We had a housing decarbonisation strategy, and we've just done some adult education work. So I'd implore those members now to pick up on now this forthcoming work programme and work carefully to develop that for the new year. Another thing we did, in my opinion, we did really well, and again with the members, was Councillor LeBroy chaired an excellent review of our tourism industry, which was held by members over the new year, around about that time. And that was particularly well supported by the team. But also I'd like to bring in on that my co-chair, Councillor Perry, who was excellent in being sat next side to me. On my right-hand side and on my left-hand side was Lynn Davey as our excellent officer throughout the year. So I'd implore those members now going forward to pick up on the work programme. That's the key, that therefore now we bring forward this reviewed action on scrutiny and improve for the future. Thank you.
Councillor Baston.
Thank you, Chair. I'm taking the Health and Adult Social Care report as read, but would remind members that the committee also has a broad spectrum of external partners we work with. Both health and adult social care in Cornwall faces a challenging future. One of the biggest challenges is staffing for all the different care options. The recent census revealed a worrying population imbalance in Cornwall. 60% of the population falls within the age groups where care may be required, leaving the other 40% to provide the care. And that imbalance is really something which we must address, I think, with all our strategies. Added to that, a significant increase in Cornwall's population, and this sets a scene for a future full of challenges. This is clearly seen in dentistry, and much work is being undertaken to address this issue, as can be seen in the full report. And I know also that the ICB are having a series of consultation meetings around the county to see how people are feeling about dentistry and how it might improve. Committee members have worked hard in a true cross-party ethos and provided very clear outcomes to areas of appraisal. The new scrutiny arrangement will allow even deeper levels of investigation into the interfaces between health and social care and the Cornish population. Must add that although I did say 25% of our population receives healthcare from Derriford, I should also have added that Barnstable is part of that equation as well. We often forget Barnstable sitting up on that side, but it's there and it does provide a significant input. A task and finish group is currently looking not only at how available funding is best spent, but also looking at how Cornwall can get a fair share of the money available. This has been something which has been going on forever, a very long time ago. I think it was 95 or so. I even wrote a paper about a fair share for Cornwall. Things have changed, but not significantly, sadly. But we will see how that sort of pans out. We're also preparing still for a CQC inspection, and as far as I understand it, it's not actually been put in a diary anywhere yet.
30 seconds.
But it's there as a sword of Damocles, shall we call it. In conclusion, I would like to thank my Vice Chair, Karen Glasson, and committee members for their support. I would also like to thank Health Watch Cornwall for bringing community issues to our attention. Ali Bullman and her team provide members with excellent support, as does Kate Shields and our partners in the ICB. Councillor Ver, always willing to listen, and Democratic Services also serve for their invaluable support and guidance. And last but by no means least, Emma Richards, who managed to have a complete overview of our work programme and partner interaction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sodhi on behalf of Councillor Towell.
Madam Chairman, thank you. It's been a baptism by fire for me, actually. So it's been, but I do wish Kevin all the very best, and I do hear good news. So I just fingers crossed he will be with us again soon. I did produce a report on his behalf, submitted via the normal means. If I fire away, I'll go briefly through it. Nature recovery strategy was the first thing. The Cornwall Council voted unanimously in favour of declaring an ecological emergency in November 21 in response to the evidence we commissioned from the Cornwall Wildlife Trust, a report on the local state of nature. The committee has received 2 reports at formal meetings to import into the development of the Cornwall Nature Recovery Strategy in May 23 and November 24. Or 23, including endorsed design principles of the strategy. It is expected that the work will continue with the committee in driving the strategy forward. Obviously, one big part of our remit is Cornwall Fire and Rescue. So for that purpose, Cornwall Fire and Rescue Service, Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, they had an inspection this year. In November 23, the committee reviewed the findings of His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services in Cornwall, and consider the action plan developed in response to that submission. The committee made suggestions for further development of the action plan, which was subsequently approved at the committee January 24 meeting, and the committee maintains a regular overview of fire and rescue services through consideration of the annual assurance report and reviewing performance and informal briefings. We all enjoy that, so we're quite pretty, we don't take politics in, we all submit. I think it's a lovely committee. It's certainly been a pleasure for me to be a part of it. Let me just move this down a little bit. You know, my hands are shaking here. It's the nerves. Oh dear, I haven't done this before. I don't want to do it again, either. Carbon neutral Cornwall Council. The committee considered progress to date and provided comments on the
30
priorities
seconds.
and organisation. Am I short of time? That's good. Thank you. This has all been produced in a formal report, so you will read it all in full time. So I'll pull out at this point and wish you a happy day. Thank you.
Can you please raise your hand if you wish to speak or ask a question to one of the chairs and identify which chair for the question is for. My Vice Chairman will take names at the moment, so please keep your hands up just for 1 second. Thank you. Councillor Morton.
Thank you, Chair. So the question is really to whichever of the scrutiny chairs would like to answer it. We obviously had a debate last month about the restructure of scrutiny systems. I really wanted to see a dedicated climate change committee and was told, no, we're going to keep it the way we are because it's a golden thread that runs through the work of every committee. While having looked through the reports, 3 out of 5 reports don't even mention climate or carbon. So my challenge to you all is, what are you going to put onto your work programme in the year ahead that will look at the thing that makes the biggest impact to climate in your portfolio?
Madam Chairman,
Does anybody want to take this up?
Madam Chairman, I'm quite happy to pick that particular issue up. It's something which has come up in the periods in the past. And certainly, obviously, I can't answer the question because it's obviously deeper than I understand, but I will certainly pick it up when I resume in the committee in the forthcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is for Councillor Worth, please, Martin. And thank you for being an excellent chair in the brief period you were with us. We seem to have had quite a few chairs on that committee. I wonder what your thoughts are now you're moving on the breadth of the Economic Growth and Development Committee. There are 4 portfolios covered, and I've calculated in the past that only 2 hours a month of scrutiny is afforded under our system for each of housing, economic growth, transport and planning. And I just wondered whether you feel you can comment on whether there is enough time with a committee that widely spread to do justice to each of those portfolios. Thank you.
Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Councillor Dwelly. I'll give you a straight answer, no. You know, it has been a challenge with effectively what I highlighted and read out. We have struggled in time, and in some ways, and I made this comment yesterday, you know, we struggle in that what I call death by Trelawney, sitting in that room and going through this wodge of information. I did try, therefore, to get out and investigate things outside. But the point I'll draw you back to is what I mentioned in my speech. We are now at a point where the committee is deciding on its work programme, and that, I think, is incumbent on everybody in the committee to attend, to take part and decide upon that. And I don't think it's actually for the outgoing chair necessarily to instruct that committee as what to do, but I very much encourage the incoming, which I'm looking forward to hearing who that person will be in the future, to pick up on that thread, to take that forward. But it's very much the decision of the committee together, along with officers, but it's the committee's decision, not the officers' decision, to bring that forward.
Thank you. Councillor German.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could I ask for a ruling first, please? Is bullshit acceptable terminology to be used in the chamber? Just so I'm aware for the future. Thank you.
No, it's not acceptable.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've got a number of questions for scrutiny chairs. I'll try and go in order. Councillor Mustoe was the first report. Councillor Mustoe, we just heard the Deputy Chair of the Council, and congratulations to you both on being re-elected, saying that we will now do scrutiny properly. After him chairing a review of scrutiny, he said that we haven't been doing scrutiny properly for the last 3 years. How does that make you feel as a scrutiny chair, that you and your committee haven't been doing scrutiny properly for the last 3 years?
Councillor Mustoe.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Chairman. I believe that the guidance given by Councillor Rouse following the all-party review of scrutiny is really helpful in terms of focusing all of the scrutiny committees forward. And I think my understanding was it wasn't particularly for the last 3 years. In fact, it's going back through both all of the administrations, including the ones that you were a leader of yourself and a member of the cabinet for, all the way back to 2009, I believe. But I look forward to, I can't say if I'll be the chairman of the scrutiny committee or not following the meeting tomorrow, but I look forward to continuing to participate in scrutiny and in the new form of scrutiny going forward. And I'm already quite liking the new forms and things that we're doing. I mean, tomorrow we're having our informal meeting following our formal Children and Families Scrutiny Committee meeting to look at our work programme, and the new forms that members have been asked to fill out are really helpful, and it's been really good to look through that and see how it's going tomorrow. So, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. Just a very brief question to Councillor Worth. Just about make a question. First of all, congratulations on your promotion, young sir. Well deserved. And thank you very much for the time you spent as chairman of our scrutiny committee, and for the way in which you have included everybody to go. And I'm sure it's something that the other committees share in, but it's great that everybody is given a chance to put their thing forward and just look to whoever takes on to follow on. So thank you very much.
Is that a question or just a statement?
Do you agree with me?
Councillor Kirkham.
Sorry.
Thank you. Firstly, can I just say I'm really struggling to hear today, and I don't know whether, I don't think it is actually people standing up. I think the microphones maybe are turned too low. So if there is any kind of volume control, I really have been struggling. Well, my ears aren't brilliant, but so 2 questions. The first for Councillor Bastin. Because he's the scrutiny committee that I sit on, just to say we're deciding our work programme obviously at the start of the year, but it would be really helpful if we can revisit that work programme, particularly in health and adult social care. Things come up all the time, and MIU is closed, the hospital goes on black alert, there's always a reason to come back and revisit. So I'm just asking that option will remain open to members of the committee, because we've struggled to do that in the past. And the other thing is just to welcome, and I know that started to happen this year, that the reports are to become more outcome focused as recommended in the scrutiny review. So looking at particularly what scrutiny has looked at, what the recommendations to Cabinet were, and how many of those actually made a difference to the decisions made. So some of this, you could see we're moving that way, but the reports aren't quite at that level yet. So I'm looking forward next year to picking out particularly the outcomes that scrutiny has made.
Before I bring in Councillor Baston, you know, you were very clear then, and I think maybe it's a case of getting yourself fairly close to the microphone, if possible. Councillor Baston.
Right, thank you, Chair. I mean, the response to the second part first is that the new scrutiny system should allow that to happen a lot more visually, shall I say, in as much as we're restricting in some ways our work programme. Going back, I would have thought, in fairness to our committee, that our work programme has been fairly flexible. And as you say, there is a logic that says that so much happens around us in health and adult social care that you can't be too prescriptive in what goes on. But to be honest, Jane, or Councillor Kirkham, I would have thought that we were doing that anyway.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fitter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. Yes. It's to Councillor Worth's committee. Councillor Worth, sir, in decarbonising Cornwall's transport system, do you, as the chairman, and I may congratulate you on elevation to the cabinet, sir. I congratulate you, the leader, on an excellent choice, and certainly your courtesy to me and Councillor Wills in including us on aspects of Cornwall Airport, Newquay, that is in the remit of your committee, has been nothing short of par excellence, and I do thank you for that. Very, very. But on the decarbonising of Cornwall transport system, do you visualise that we will be managing to succeed in this between now and 2030?
Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Fitter. Councillor Fitter, I think that's such a difficult question to answer in whole at this point in time. It's a journey we're on by the nature of the fact that it's transport. We've seen progress, clearly, but I can't give you that guarantee because I think it's down to so many factors, and one of those in particular will be the cost of that transformation in moving to these new technologies. Some of them are emerging. Some of them maybe aren't as successful as they could be. However, others we have to increase their rate. But I'm not going to go into every detail of which particular one. But I think, you know, to say that now, we're going to definitely get there. The effort is certainly there, but that's part of what the committee, I think, can do and scrutinise and find out which are the ones that will give us the best advantage and focusing on those to improve that difference.
Madam Chairman, with your permission, could I just ask a quick supplementary on it?
There's not usually supplementaries in this. So
I was just going to ask Councillor Worth if in the transport system you included Cornwall Newquay Airport.
Well, I think from the meetings that we had, we heard about the opportunities in the short term with some smaller planes, clearly, and there was opportunities for electric. But I think our reliance there is on the airlines to bring forward those introductions. It might not necessarily be jet engines. It could be the fuel, and we're looking at other fuel alternatives. But I was confident that the airport management was certainly investigating those channels, and I think it's for us to follow that up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for indulgence.
Councillor German, you were sort of like behind everything on there. Did you want to ask a question to somebody else?
Yes, I've got a couple of the other scrutiny chairs, Madam Chairman. We all know how important the scrutiny function is. So as I said last year, important that we engage with the annual reports. Thank you, Madam Chairman. My next two questions are for Councillor Keeling. Nearly a year ago in June 2023, as recorded in your report, Councillor Keeling, the committee resolved that we, in relation to the financial pressures where we're overspending in relation to emergency and temporary accommodation, home to school transport, unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, children's social care services, that the relevant overview and scrutiny committees would undertake a review, and that if they didn't undertake a review, then that would come back to our committee to undertake a review. That's what we resolved. So my question is, has that been tracked? Have those committees undertaken those reviews? And if not, will we undertake those reviews? Thank you.
Councillor Keeling.
Thank you, Councillor German. And certainly I remember that, of course. It was part of the larger parcel of scrutiny, budget scrutiny that we were undertaking at the time. Hopefully now, with the formation of a budget scrutiny committee, we won't need to do that anymore. It will be within the remit of that particular overview and scrutiny committee. Yes, I'm going to chase that up and make sure we do have it and get a response back from those committees. I don't know why they haven't done it yet, but that's a question I need to take up with officers.
My understanding is that the new committees, the new budget committee will be about the forward budget. It won't be about reviewing problems of areas of overspend that we've had previously. That was a resolution of the committee, so I would expect that that will be followed through upon. My second question for you, you mentioned later on in the year we looked at Offlog and the metrics that they would be using to look at council performance, and in your reporting it says that we would look at how Cornwall Council had performed in relation to Offlog's metrics. Please, can you let us know how Cornwall Council has been performing in relation to Offlog's metrics?
Councillor Keeling.
That's a difficult one for me at the moment, Councillor German, because I haven't got that information available, though I'm sure the Chief Exec has, and I'll be talking to her outside this committee. We discussed it briefly yesterday, but yeah, it's certainly coming back to the committee in one form or another, and we will particularly be looking at how Cornwall Council is performing against the other councils indeed. What was your other question?
No, that was it. Thank you, Councillor Keeling.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, John. My next question's for Councillor Worth. Councillor Worth, you'll remember that through the scrutiny review and when we took the vote in the chamber, the leader made much play of the continuity of chairs, and that's why we had weren't successful in making the change to how we elect chairs. Now we're making other changes to scrutiny, but that was put back because it was really important in this final year that we had continuity of the chairs until May 2025. So, Councillor Worth, how do you expect your committee to cope with a new chair in this last year?
Councillor Worth.
Well, thank you, Councillor Germain. I think the important thing is that I think it's coped very well over the last 3 to 4 years, because there have been changes, and that's brought in new thoughts and new opportunities, particularly as we've seen. That position, though, that was taken at that last vote, I was sitting there thinking to myself, well, it could go either way, because if the vote had gone the other way, we would have potentially had to change of 5 chairs. So it was a difficult position, but I'm confident that the right decision has been taken, and I certainly look forward to hearing and welcoming the new chair of that committee, yet to be decided, obviously through the committee. And welcoming them and helping and supporting them now, although from the outside, from a cabinet role, but certainly being there to help as I can.
Thank you, Councillor Worth. Perhaps the spirit of the new rules will be in place, even if not the actual rules themselves. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Are there any other questions? In that case, Councillor Keeling, is there anything you want to say to sum up?
Well, yeah, it was an interesting set of questions from all members of this council, and I thank them for that. And I'd like now to move to the vote.
I will now go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 15.2, Standards Committee Annual Report. I'll ask Councillor Crabtree to move and Councillor Conway to second the recommendations that are set out on page 73 of the agenda. Councillor Crabtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It will give me great pleasure to stand up here, even though I'm sitting down today, and say that all councils, both Cornwall and Parish, along with town councils, have behaved themselves for the last 12 months. Therefore, I have nothing to say. However, that is not the case. There are a couple of corrections in the report. Firstly, with the composition of the committee, as Councillor Towell was on the committee until February 2024, not 2023, and Councillor Keeling replaced him in February 2024, not 2023. And Councillor Wood is a member of Millbrook Parish Council and not Maker with Rame Parish Council. As you can see from the report, as Simon Mansell is getting nearer retirement, his workload is increasing, and indeed we have seen a 35% increase in standard complaints in the last 12 months, up from 134 to 181. This taken further equates to 26 complaints against Cornwall councillors and 155 against town and parish councillors. At the last Standards Committee meeting, it was indicated that it would be interesting to know the percentage of complaints, what the percentage of complaints are against councils, compared to councillors. So for those interested in statistics, 25% of Cornwall councillors are involved in complaints, compared to 7% of town and parish and councillors. However, there are around 2,000 town and parish councillors compared to 87 Cornwall councillors. This time last year, comments were made about the powers or lack of powers that the Standards Committee have due to lack of sanctions that can be imposed and lobbying for non-members to have voting rights. On behalf of the Standards Committee, I sent a letter to the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities on the 8th of August last year, and a reply was received at the end of September on behalf of the local government and standards that stated that the government is committed to working with local authorities and their representative organisations to ensure that local government are supporting and reinforcing its reputation for the high ethical local standards. In the government response, the Committee on Standards in Public Life's review of local government ethical standards government stated that it would engage on options to strengthen sanctions. It is in that vein that your letter provided specific examples of circumstances that give rise to your concerns, in particular welcome as rest assured it will feed into the ongoing consideration of the matters. I would like to thank all members of the committee, including the parish councillors and lay members, along with the independent persons and vice for their hard work and valued opinions, and my left-hand man, Vice Chairman, Councillor John Conway, plus the officers for their hard work. As we know, it's coming into the election year, and I hope that we can maintain our respect for each other and once again have no councillor on councillors code of conduct complaints compared to the town and parish councillors. The information in the report is in fact and not fiction. Therefore, I propose that this is accepted with the amendments as mentioned.
Councillor Conway.
Yeah, very happy to second this report. That's probably better, is it? Yeah, that sounds better. So very happy to second this report. It's been a pleasure to be Vice Chairman on the Council, on the committee. Couple of points I'd just like to make. First of all, yes, I am second it with the amendments that have been made, the typographical amendments. Second comment I would make is I am really pleased to see that Kevin Towell, Councillor Kevin Towell, is with us online today. It's Kevin, it's great to see that you recovered sufficiently now to at least join us remotely, and it is great news. So wish you all the best for a continued recovery. The second comment I would like to make, which my chairman has already touched on, is there is an election looming in 12 months' time. Can I please ask that councillors don't try and use the standards regime as a way to try and get themselves elected, to either dish the dirt on other councillors or to try and score points. It is not what it's there for. Please use the proper ballot procedures to get yourself elected next year. And the last thing I would like to say is, yes, Simon Mansell has been a brilliant guide to us, and we look forward to hearing his normal, let's start again. His wisdom, thank you, and the comments relating to Mrs. Miggins on the code of conduct. But thank you, Simon, for the work you do. It's much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak or ask a question. Councillor Tudor.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk on the strengthening of sanctions point, because I remember when this came up with a report from the Standards Committee a while ago now in full council. And I thought at the time, I was a little concerned, because I thought because sometimes the complaints procedures we just heard can be weaponised and used from, councillor against councillor, or local councillor against Cornwall councillor, or a particularly vindictive member of the public. I also thought at the time, what if an officer makes a complaint about a member of the council? But I quickly dismissed that, because it was just, I thought it was a ridiculous thought. Then look what happened. So I would just say about, to members of the Standards Committee, who and I do respect that the hours they put in, the work they do, just look at the direction of travel here with this council. We already voted ourselves down from 123 members to 87, 88. We stopped ourselves being able to talk from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. And I don't know about anybody else, but I find it really frustrating when somebody's getting going and making a really good point, and we hear 30 seconds, we're taking away our voice. And I would just say, look at the way we're going, and maybe pause and think, and maybe be a bit careful about what you wish for.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So, as well as the Standards Committee looking at the behaviour of councillors, it's also looked at how we can protect councillors. And also I just want to say I'm grateful for the work that's been done over the year to make measures to protect us from bullying and intimidation and abuse. And there's a bit of an overlap between what the committee does in public, but how also some of those committee members are involved behind the scenes, working with the officers to come up with protocols about where our names and addresses get published and all that sort of thing. So I think that's been really helpful. I'd be interested to hear if you've got any comments as to what further steps you think you might do in the year ahead to strengthen that democracy, because we want to create an environment that is attractive for as many people as possible to stand up next year and try and get rid of us by standing for election. And it's important that we don't just end up with thick-skinned, middle-aged, straight white men, but people who because sadly we're in a situation now where it's seen as so much as, oh well, it's just part of the job to take abuse from people, and someone like me, that's water off a duck's back. But I recognise that actually it's my job to try and fight back against that, and not just say, oh, I'll take it, but actually I've got to stand up for everybody who the sane people out there who say, I wouldn't want to put myself expose myself to that sort of abuse. So we need to help change that culture so we can get more people standing against us next year.
Councillor German.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Crabtree, for your report. You mentioned powers or lack thereof. Please, could you remind the Chamber, is one of the powers available to the Standards Committee that if a councillor continues to refuse to apologise, that they can bring an item of censure to full council? Thank you.
Councillor Crabtree, you coming in?
Thank you for the question, Councillor German. Yes, if they do continue not to apologise, there can be a sanction through full council. But at this stage, I mean, the way we've operated in the last year while I've been chair, not only has it been the voting members that have had an opinion, it's always been, we've always asked all the non-voting members for their views as well, and the non-voting members have given their opinions before we've gone to a vote, and at the end of the day, everyone's been in agreement. So, fortunately, everyone else has behaved. Well, everyone's basically behaving themselves at the moment, as far as we can. I say, Councillor Tudor has mentioned that, and we did have a very long debate regarding that, and as you'd appreciate, a lot of it is remains confidential within the Standards Committee.
Just to be clear, I wasn't asking about any individuals, I was asking about the powers available to the committee.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Candy?
Chair, I do think that the Standards Committee and Simon Mansell in particular have done a very good job in the past. As some of you know, I have served on various councils over the last 20 years. But at times, I have been bullied and frequently by parish councillors who I had defeated for the position of Cornwall councillor. I regret that I didn't come forward at that time and either didn't attend those meetings or just kept quiet. But I do think the Standards Committee has done a very good job. Standards are something that need to be upheld. My question is an open one, because we all know that as Cornwall councillors, we are going to have standards, we are going to have code of conduct and other accusations made against us at the run-up to the election in order, A, to make us doubt ourselves, and B, to take up our time. Is there anything that they can advise us to do in order to defend ourselves from such issues?
Councillor Crabtree.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Candy. I think it is a case that most councillors know how to behave. Fortunately, we have got very excellent officers, especially with Simon Mansell, and the number of cases that do get thrown out once he looks at them is very, very high. So I think from that point of view, the number that actually filter through is low. And I say I've got every confidence in Simon and his team that only serious matters do go to stage 2. And I know a lot of them get written off within the first 4 or 5 days.
Are there any more questions?
Thanks for that.
Any more questions? Okay, do you want to sum up, Councillor Crabtree?
No, I think we've covered all comments, so can we go straight to the vote, please?
Okay, so we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 16.1, Pensions Committee Employee Representative Recruitment. I'll ask Councillor Kirkham to move and Councillor Mike Thomas to second the recommendations set out on page 89 of the agenda. Councillor Kirkham.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very fortunate to chair the Cornwall Pensions Committee. It's possibly my favourite job ever on the council. It's a really good committee to be involved with. We are losing one of our employee representatives, Nick Olgard, who's been fantastic, served on the committee for a very long time. And we have found someone, an employee representative, to replace him. John Tuccier is a senior trading standards officer and also the Cornwall Unison pension officer. So he is well qualified to sit on our committee and we're very happy to have him. So I want to recommend to the council that John Tuccier, the nominated candidate, be appointed to the pensions committee as employee representative.
Thank you. Councillor Martin. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you. How could you get confused? I'm sure that's historic. Yes, I'm very happy to second this proposal. Like Councillor Kirkham, it's a very interesting and very happy committee to serve on. And to be quite honest, I've never come across somebody who's put himself forward for this role, John Tuccier, so enthusiastic about pensions. And we both sat in the meeting when he spoke and could not believe our luck to have somebody so keen and enthusiastic about something which, for many people, is something they look forward to, but is something perhaps they don't spend a lot of time discussing. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hand up if you have a question. Councillor Kirkham, do you have anything else to add?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, in that case, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. We will now break for lunch. I think we're going to be quite generous in making it until 1:15. Thank you. Okay, can we all get into our seats, please? Thank you very much. Agenda item 17, motions. It's important for members to be aware that under Procedure Rule 12.3, any motions that have been moved and seconded stand referred to the relevant committee unless I exercise my discretion to allow the motion to be dealt with at the meeting at which it's brought forward, where it's considered to be convenient and conducive to the dispatch of business. I will confirm my decision on each of the new motions at the relevant point in the agenda. Agenda item 17.1, breaking the cycle of poverty, ill health and worklessness. Proposer Councillor Frost and seconder Councillor Marrington. In accordance with the Council Procedure Rule 12.4, I'm using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor Frost to move and Councillor Marrington to second the motion that's set out on page 99 of the agenda pack, and then bring in any of the supporters who wish to speak before opening to the wider council for debate. I would be grateful if members do not repeat points made by previous speakers. Right, okay, so we're going back to Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, congratulations to you and Jordan on your re-elections. Members, Gandhi once said the measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. And this is the reason why I've brought this motion before you today. In the government's new Modernising Support Green Paper, we are seeing a distinct change in approach in how we treat our most vulnerable, and it is one that I cannot agree with. Over the past few years, this council has worked really hard to help people get back into work and do it the right way by supporting our most vulnerable residents. We have always championed that prevention is better than a cure. We want early intervention and to help those people as best as we can. We have done this in numerous ways through the Integrated Care Partnership, the Health and Wellbeing Board, and the new Work Well scheme. Of course, these things aren't enough, but we are travelling in the right direction. The government is now going backwards. Instead of enacting policies from the government's own commissioned Hewitt review that would see early stage prevention, they are thinking of creating stigma through a voucher scheme, thinking of target-led sick notes from employees of the Department of Work and Pensions rather than from NHS doctors, and they are thinking about money instead of people. Every single person in this chamber will know someone who has needed support to get on an equal footing with the rest of society. Not only will this target and alienate our most vulnerable, but the Office of Budget Responsibility's own estimations say it will only bring 15,000 people back into work. Honestly, it's not the wrong approach, it's also a waste of money. Colleagues, the resolutions in this motion will show everyone the Cornwall we want to build, one that lifts up our most vulnerable and not keeps them down, one that shows compassion to those that need it and not indifference, and one that gets people back to where they want to be in the right way. Please support this motion and support the work Cornwall is already doing.
Councillor Marrington.
Thank you. I chose to second because of the sensible and practical points in the motion. But seeing the Work Well headlines and hearing about fit notes, not sick notes, and a message of toughness in this area did worry me a little bit. Because at best, we could be choosing to focus strongly on vulnerable people, long-term well-being, and trajectory towards better health and work being a part of that. Or at worst, we could be using this group as a political football, treating them as a problem and using them to make a point. And supporting mental health is something I so wish I had a magic wand to deal with. I really do. At election times more than ever, sadly, sometimes we get concerned about winning votes and rather than focusing and prioritising on what we believe in. And for some, they might say that's obvious, that's politics, but I don't see it like that. We should be just helping people work better in society together. It may feel easier to sometimes blame, though, whether immigrants, single mums, or those on sick or sick note culture. It can be a cheap, easy win, but it doesn't help us solve the actual real problems. And just now, this morning in prayers, the vicar mentioned thinking about those who just struggle with life. I often wonder what some of those people who struggle with life, struggle to read, focus on the paperwork sent to them from DWP, etc., and then see headlines saying they're the cause of this country's ills. How does that make them feel? So I welcome this motion to keep us on track. And particularly for me, the point I want to focus on is the prevention as regards health. That figure really struck me of just 1%. It's so small. If we're talking about purely money and working on prevention, it's so important because particularly in mental health, the costs if we come in at crisis point are astronomically different. I welcome that part in the motion, particularly about the Hewitt formula of increasing it to 2%. I was sitting with somebody recently, very recently, and her story was and is tragically, devastatingly sad, and I don't say that lightly. I was genuinely upset listening to the past few years and what had happened to her family as mental health issues spiralled from depression to absolute crisis points. But as I listened, I was noting the people involved, the family support, social workers, CAMS, police, ambulance service, surgeons, nurses, mental health staff, and was thinking about timescales, and I couldn't help think how much cost that would be. All that person wanted was to see if we could make sure that the situation would somehow get better when it came back, even if it was just slightly better, not just a perpetual cycle of ups and downs. We've all had the emails recently about scrutiny committees, and I do wonder whether that is something actually we could look at, is the CAMS bit, and whether we're doing enough at that prevention level, that 1%, rather than just at crisis point. Mental health should be prioritised as much as physical health.
30 seconds.
And I really think it would be good to look closely in this area, how we're managing it at the preventative stages and at the crisis stages, because it's just so important to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Can I ask members who are listed as supporters for the motion raise their hand if they wish to speak? So that's the supporters of the motion first, please. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So, this council has already actually done a lot to emphasise the importance of prevention being better than cure. We've recognised, our Director of Public Health has published numerous annual reports highlighting that poverty leads to worklessness, so poverty leads to ill health leads to worklessness leads to poverty, and that cycle continues. We've recognised that we need to do whatever we can as a council to fix that. And with our European funding and subsequently our shared prosperity funding, we have spent that money on trying to help people get back to work, removing the barriers to get back to work. Most people want to do something positive and productive with their time. If they're not going to work, that's because there's a barrier in the way. I've yet to meet anyone who says, well, gosh, I just have such a lovely lifestyle on these benefits. That's not the case at all. It's also important to recognise that a lot of the people who are in receipt of personal independence payment are actually in work. So it's totally misleading to say that if we reduce the number of people getting personal independence payments, that that's going to drastically increase the number going into the workforce. The government's own figures say that they expect 500,000 people across the country to lose money, but only 15,000 to go into work. So that's 3% will go into work, 97% will just be worse off. And as we just said, poverty leads to ill health leads to worklessness. It's the wrong direction. So when we brought this motion forward and discussed it with the officers, the Director for Public Health pointed out some really good things that we're already doing, and they're mentioned in the wording of the motion. That the 14-point plan that her last annual report outlined, that was approved by the Health and Social Care Scrutiny Committee, that was supported by the Health and Wellbeing Board. All of those things are about spending money on helping people get back to work. The Hewitt review that was mentioned a couple of minutes ago, that name rings a bell. This is a review commissioned by the Conservative government where they've asked Patricia Hewitt, the former Labour Health Secretary, to do a review into how we get people back to work. And the thing that she focused on was, at the moment, less than 1% of our health system budget goes on prevention, and 99% is on dealing with the consequences. If we just increase that from 1% to 2%, that would make a transformational difference to the work that we can do. So this motion is simply asking you to stand together, as we have done within Cornwall Council before, and say to the government that
the proposals that they're making, unfortunately, are slogans to grab headlines at an election, and you need to stand up for what we've decided as a council and do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, any members that wish to speak, put your hand up now, please. Councillor Pete Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not an expert in mental health, but I am an expert in what depression feels like, as I know several of fellow councillors here today. When I first suffered from this terrible disease, I collapsed in this very chamber, and only initially with the help of my good friend Jim McKenna, and afterwards the help of a brilliant GP, a consultant psychiatrist, and allied psychology programmes meant I could return to work 6 months later. You've been reminded by the proposer and the seconder of this motion about the government's plans, so I will focus on what people in mental health services say about these plans. Barry Green, a PhD doctor of mental health nursing, recognised all over the world for his work, says, "You cannot diagnose or treat depression using a menu card." From an NHS chief executive, the people they will be using are non-clinicians that are reading from a script which will say exactly what the government wants to say. From Robert Rochelle, who a lot of you will remember, was the ex-Cornwall Council Cabinet Member for Health, and also a registered mental health nurse. Because you cannot see depression, sufferers are seen as an easy target to be labelled as work shy. The decision either way, if a depression sufferer is fit to return to work, needs to be made by a trained clinician who uses clinical judgment and association measures to reach a decision. That was from a professor of clinical psychology. Carl Finch, a senior hospital director and our registered mental nurse, says, "Forcing someone back to work who has not recovered sufficiently will lead in a lot of cases to self-harm and possible suicides." A senior Cornwall psychiatrist says, "Supporting people must be done in a clinically led way. Otherwise, people unable to cope will drive up demand on frontline services, and it could lead to many patients presenting at A&E departments after harming themselves or others." From retired local GP, outsourcing to target-driven non-clinical assessors will inevitably lead to the worsening of people in desperate situations and will lead to these people falling through the cracks between systems, unable to feed themselves and their families. How does this solve the current mental health crisis? From Paul Reeve, the CEO of Cornwall Mind, whilst there is an argument for specialist health and wellbeing workers who are trained in occupational health working more closely in supporting people to thrive in the workplace as well as reducing the burden on GPs, the proposed initiative seems to be a blunt instrument aimed at the most vulnerable in society. Rishi Sunak plans to strip GPs of the power to sign these people off work. It's ill-conceived and may prove to be dangerous to people who are already at risk.
30 seconds.
Just ending then, Madam. And I hope all my friends and colleagues in this chamber of all parties will support this motion and send a clear message to the government that extra funding to support people with depression and anxiety is very welcome. And if a person is ready to return to work, it often has a good outcome. But this must be done under the supervision of a suitably qualified professional. Thank you.
Councillor Whidden, you put your hand up to speak when it was supporters. Are you wanting to speak as a member? Okay. Councillor Cruz.
Thank you very much indeed. I just want to say I think we need to encourage a positive attitude to contributing to society. When it's more financially profitable to stay at home and make claims, it is simply not good for mental health or a positive lifestyle. We need to encourage everyone to be the best they can possibly be and contribute to society. Just want to give an example. The People Hub project provides employment and skills support to residents of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. This project is funded by the UK government through the UK Share Prosperity Fund. Cornwall Council has been chosen by the government as a lead authority and is responsible for monitoring the progress of projects, and there's been some great success in Bodmin. Cornwall Council leads the project through a partnership of 11 specialist providers, all of whom have been specifically chosen because of their expertise. And their experience. And I just want to say that Bodmin People Hub has the highest uptake of 37% in the whole of Cornwall, with some very good news stories. And this is the kind of project that we should be promoting.
Councillor Kirkham.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say a little bit about the fact that the public health grant, of course, was transferred to councils back about 10 years ago now, and it's been pretty much frozen cropped really in real terms ever since it's flatlined. We are going to, and I thought I would tell the Chamber this, we have decided on health and adult social care scrutiny to do a review looking specifically at funding for adult social care with the onus on prevention. So we will be looking at the public health report and asking the Public Health Director to come and talk to us about some of the 14 points that she has put in her plan and what we could be doing in Cornwall to shift some of that focus to prevention across the ICB, simply not just in adult social care. So this is something that we will be looking at as part of health scrutiny, because the onus should be on prevention. Everybody agrees that, but it simply hasn't happened, and it hasn't happened fast enough. And the way policy is going with the public health grant being cut makes it very difficult to shift that.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Thank you, Chair, and well done to both of you. I'm not an expert on mental health at all, but obviously I come across seeing residents, and if Councillor Frost has put a motion forward, I've got huge respect for him because we work together on the committee and he knows his stuff. But I come across people who work in the mental health industry in the clay country, and I sometimes use the expression to them, how do you know they're not jumping on the bandwagon? How they're not saying, I've got a mental health issue because they're friends in class or they've seen it on Facebook. And that worries me because there's not enough feedback to me about, is that really true? Is that what's going on? And then I get the older people who are just managing, they might have disabilities and all that. And I've probably done about 34, I would say at the moment, attendance allowance forms, because they're like this, for them to get about £430 a month to help them in their costs, walking around and being stabilised in their house. So those who haven't ever worked the attendance allowance, it's a very good thing for pension age people to get. For me, it's a stage further the complaints I get. I'm going to touch on it this morning in our meeting, but I get concerns from those people on the sort of wage level, just above benefits, don't get any benefits, and they're concerned about their way of life, and they don't get any help in that at all. And then you're really boomy now, but you get people then saying to me, oh, I haven't got children, but we don't get anything, because we haven't got children. So there's a lot of thought, and I don't think we can just answer it with respect. I think it needs a proper debate, in my opinion, to talk all through the different options and views. Thank you. But if it's come forward from Councillor Frost, he's taken his time on this to produce it correctly. Thank you.
Councillor Barnes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think this is one of these subjects where it's easy to condemn, but less easy to correct the situation. And the problem you have is I've recently been to see some people who clearly do have mental health problems and are suffering financially. And all the time they seem to be sinking lower and lower. And so there's a whole raft of things need to be put in place. And I'm not sure that this motion will actually do it. It might highlight the situation, but it's like trying to empty Dosmarie Pool, really.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the things that Councillor Martin raised was the Hewitt report. Now, unless I'm mistaken, the review proposes greater autonomy to enable ICSs to better prevent ill health and improve NHS productivity and care, matched by renewed accountability is actually what the outcome was. And I think it's really important for members to realise that one of the things that is happening simply because we have such a good integrated care system, and people have been working very, very closely together, is there is a pilot project called Work Well. Cornwall aims to serve, and Cornwall has become one of the vanguards of this. So in other words, we have been given the funding to do some pilot work. And the aims of it are to strengthen practice across the system, to align and join up system silos across public service provision, to address most important gaps in and strengthening existing system provision in things like occupational health and mental health problems, involving the voluntary community sector and others to better resource their health creating and enabling activities, involve GPs to improve generation of handling the fit notes and identify good work as a positive health outcome, and tackling health-related barriers to keeping people in work and helping people back into work or toward work. I mean, I could give you a whole list of this, but I'm not going to do that. But I think what we have to accept and understand is that there is a huge amount of work being done, both nationally and locally, to alleviate these problems. We've got, as has already been mentioned, the People Hub, as I say, this Work Well programme. I happen to be a trustee of both Campbell Pool Redruth Food Bank and also Cornwall Neighbourhoods for Change. And certainly Cornwall Neighbourhoods for Change and the Food Bank are both working with vulnerable people. CN4C, for example, has a journey to wellness, which is where they're actually working with people
30 seconds.
Right from the very start. And of course, CN4C has a place in St Austell as well, so it's not just a West Cornwall-based opportunity. So there is a lot that is already being done, and I think perhaps we should understand and celebrate what's going right before we start playing around with what's going wrong. We've got a really good track record here in Cornwall. And the other final thing I would say is people don't suddenly turn up as adults with these problems. It starts as children. And again, we have 23 family hubs in Cornwall which are set up by this council to work with families and children, and very specifically that works very often with those who are in poverty. So I think we are doing a tremendous amount already. Sorry to have gone on, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Ver.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've had a very good discussion on this, and we agree with the points being made. It's a very important topic. It's also very complex, and I'd like to propose an amendment, please. The amendment is that given the importance, breadth and complexity of this motion, we recommend referral of these recommendations to Cabinet for consideration and any appropriate actions to be taken. I think this will give Cabinet opportunity to look at this in the round and reflect on what we are doing, and I think probably come up with some more robust actions than just letter writing. Thank you.
Have you got a seconder?
Certainly, I will second that. Yes, I think that's the...
Thank you. I've just spoken to the monitor officer, and that is acceptable.
Point of order, Chair. Does that not negate the substantive? Because if we agree it here at full council, Cabinet will do that anyway. It's kind of just saying it in a different way, because they are measures that I'm asking for Cabinet, the strategic directors and the leader to do. So if they just agree it today, we can agree it and it gets done. I'm not quite sure it adds anything to the motion.
So, thank you, Chair. So the procedure rules allow an amendment which refers the matter to an appropriate body for consideration. Whether or not that might result in the outcomes that the motion is currently seeking, in essence, for the procedure rules is neither here nor there. But it doesn't, negation doesn't apply in relation to referring to an appropriate body.
Do we have any... will you accept it?
No, because if it was deemed appropriate to be referred to Cabinet, then the Chair herself would have done that and not allowed it to be debated here today. So I think it should be debated here today. We can vote on it, and then the Cabinet can go off and do it. I think the right opportunity to refer it to Cabinet was at the Chair's discretion, not by us.
Do we have anybody that wishes to speak on the amendment, please? Councillor Ellenbrook.
Thank you, Chair. I think the point really is that the motion talks about doing a lot of letter writing, and I think what would be swifter is if this came to Cabinet and it was put as a piece of work that we were going to do. Of course, everybody would be involved in this and everybody can attend a Cabinet meeting, etc. It just seems quicker. I'm not sure how productive letter writing actually is, to be fair.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So we've tried to refine the process of bringing motions forward over the last few years, and you know, this motion was submitted a week in advance of the submission deadline so that it could be discussed with the relevant officers and portfolio holders. This was copied to the portfolio holders, who were happy to sit back and let the officer lead on the discussions. That was a really positive, constructive discussion where the officer said, I know that my portfolio holders already support this annual report that I've written and all these other policies that we already have in place as a council. It's not just asking someone out of the blue to write a letter on a completely random subject. These measures are specifically being consulted on by the government at this moment. The consultation period is open, and this resolution is simply urging the leader to respond to that consultation and to emphasise all the good work that we're already doing. So it's just totally inappropriate to take it out of our hands to discuss as the full council and send it to Cabinet. If it was just a Cabinet thing, the Chair would have sent it there in the first place.
Councillor Desmond.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It feels odd not standing before you, but I can still admire you from down here. I wanted to offer my support to the motion, the amendment to the motion, for one simple reason, that the Green Paper that's referred to was issued by the Secretary of State, Mel Stride, in April last month. And the core requirement of the Green Paper is to invite views from across society, including disabled people and representative organisations, to ensure everyone has a chance to shape welfare reforms that will modernise the support provided through the benefit system. We will study the findings of this consultation carefully, which will support my mission to build a welfare system with fairness and compassion at its heart. Consequently, by referring this to Cabinet and to further scrutiny and care, we will be acting in accordance with the principles of the Green Paper, which are referred to in this motion, and the ultimate correspondence from this council would benefit from that high-level consideration of the points that are raised in this motion, but much more widely, I would like to introduce issues myself, and I'm sure many others here, as to the nature of the content of the Green Paper, and above all, the thrust behind modernising the support we give to the disabled or long-term ill. Thank you very much indeed.
Councillor Donnithorne.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Councillor, for proposing that amendment. I just want to speak. I want to speak on that amendment and in support of it, but I also want to just speak just give an explanation of why in relation to the report in front of us, and specifically speak to the point 2 of the recommendation in the motion, which is talking about the letter in the consultation response should request a more strategic cross-governmental approach. And actually, I think that's why it's right that this will go back for consideration at Cabinet. I say that with no vested interest, because I won't be at that Cabinet meeting as a Cabinet member, but I think it provides that, that useful space for that strategic, and not just cross-governmental, but actually cross-partnership exploration and consideration of that work. There are different things as well that I would like Cabinet to consider if this amendment is accepted. For example, I think last Wednesday, the Welfare Reform Summit was hosted, and how we have a more strategic look at kind of that and how that reports to the leadership board. I think that also provides an interesting space of what strategic work can be done. So it's not just cross-governmental. And of course, you know, what role other partners can play as well, not just the NHS, not just the Cornwall and Isles Leadership Board, but Cabinet, you know, as an executive decision maker is an appropriate forum for that to take place. And of course, then consideration can go whether this needs to be looked at in more detail as well by relevant committees, obviously including the Health Scrutiny Committee and the Children and Family Scrutiny Committee. So actually, I think the amendment helps the motion. It's calling for cross-governmental approach, but actually we need more than that. And I think Cabinet is an appropriate place for that to begin that consideration, because I think it's an important motion, and I think it just helps that process.
Councillor Pete Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just ask a question? If it goes to Cabinet, can it just be stopped at Cabinet and then Cabinet say, no, we're not doing that?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, if it goes to Cabinet, can this motion just be, no, we don't agree with that, and it'll just be stopped? Yeah. Well, what's the point? We're all here, aren't we? All different parties, so they could take it back to a Cabinet which is all around Conservative members, and they could say no to a Conservative government. They could say yes to a Conservative government argument. That doesn't seem like democracy to me.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you. A motion like this is something that should bring us together in doing something positive. From what the Cabinet member said about the Cabinet being more active on this, I fully take that as well intended, but I don't see it as A or B. Can't we find a way that we can vote on the amendment today, but actually incorporate supporting the Cabinet to do more? I really think it's quite possible that we could have even if it took a 5-minute recess to get some wording, something really positive that we can show support for action in this chamber, but also empower Cabinet to go further. I think that would be a really positive thing if we could manage to achieve that today.
Councillor Frost, do you want to come back in before we go to the vote on the amendment?
I think actually I completely agree with everything Councillor Cole's just said, and I think if Councillor Ver is willing, we could have a little brief discussion, because I want to see, you know, I know there's been a bit of party political thrown about here, but this is about people and getting it right for people in need, and I want to find a way to do that. So if there's a middle ground we can meet, I think we should have the opportunity to find that.
Councillor Ver?
Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. I think what we're asking is it to go back to Cabinet to consider the recommendations that have been put forward today. And what I wouldn't want the Council Chamber to do is to tie our hands and limit our discussion. So I'd rather we left it as the amendment stands. Thank you. I'd be happy to go to the vote, perhaps.
Okay, do you want to come back in?
Well, I mean, this will be my sum up, won't it? Yeah, okay. I'll sum up on the amendment. Yeah. So I'd be quite happy to change resolves that the leader in consultation with the cabinet. I think my frustration here is, I think you should reject the amendment because we have a strong leader model. The leader is here, she is listening to everyone today. She, in consultation with the cabinet, can set a work programme to do all the things we can refer back to it. I think we're just hamstringing the opportunity for full council to decide whether we think this is right or wrong. If you think it's wrong, if you don't like the motion, vote against it. That's your prerogative, that is your democratic right. But I think the phrase kicking into the long grass is something that's happening here because all of the things that the amendment wants to do, we can already do. Cabinet already have the powers to do it. They can do both. We don't have to tie it down in one way or another. So please reject the amendment.
Okay, so we're going to, I'm hoping somebody's going to read out the amendment again so that people can be very certain on what they are voting for.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Happy to read it out again. So given the importance, breadth and complexity of this motion, we recommend referral of these recommendations to Cabinet for consideration and any appropriate actions to be taken. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to the vote on the amendment. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? It's 48 for. Oh, sorry. 37 for, 28 against. That's carried, so it becomes the substantive. Thank you. Does anybody want to speak on that? Put your hands up now, please. Councillor Barnes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask, what are they planning to do now they've got it in Cabinet, or are they just going to suffocate it and get rid of the issue? So how do they intend to take these ideas forward and develop them so that they can become pragmatic policies of this council?
Councillor Candy.
I haven't sat in this chamber for a long time, but now I'm back. It appears to me that Cabinet is overruling what the chair of this council has decided. Can you confirm that that is what is happening?
Thank you, Chair. So perhaps I can help. So the Chairman has the right to allow motions to be debated if it's felt to be conducive and effective use of council business time. That's what the Chair has done. But that does not stop anybody in this room coming forward with an amendment, a permissible amendment, which is what happened, and that is just what the procedural rules allow.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to use this opportunity to sum up, as obviously my right's been taken away. And I really hope this was taken in good spirit, and I'll be looking forward to seeing the outcomes, because if this is kicked in the long grass, I'm going to be absolutely furious, because this isn't about party politics. I actually highlighted very clearly the good things the council have done. Councillor Ellen Brooks said it, and I completely agree with her. Councillor Cruz said it, completely agree with her. What happens when we lose shared prosperity? Do we lose a people hub? We are doing great work. I'm not against that. I think the government is changing its direction, and it is directly at the antithesis of the direction this council has been fighting for. So I really want to see that there are outcomes of this, and it doesn't just get swallowed up into nothing. because I think it is absolutely shameful that this full council has lost its right to stand up for the people they represent. There are so many people throughout this duchy that are struggling. PIP isn't a out-of-work benefit. It is to take those less fortunate and put them on a level playing field. And it is absolutely disgraceful that the government want to take those rights away from people. And I just think we should stand up and support those that need it the most. The other thing I would say is to Councillor Barnes said it didn't go far enough. Completely agree. But we can only do what we can do. And that's what these measures were done with in the conjunction of the director to make sure that we had workable resolutions. Councillor McLennan said about not sure if people are taking it seriously. Well, the very fact we have our healthcare professionals decide who's fit for work and who's not. And one of the reasons why I brought this is we can't have civil servants from the Department of Work and Pensions that haven't been through the years of training. Andy Ver will tell you the amount of training you have to go through to understand healthcare issues in its entirety, right? And we're going to potentially shunt that to staff members in an office that have nothing to do with disability or mental health. So, we're going to have to support this motion now because it is important that these issues are tackled, and we are standing up for Cornwall to Westminster and saying that. And I think the Cabinet have to take this seriously and really work on this seriously.
Councillor Marrington.
All I wanted to say was, actually, since when I supported this motion, I was visited by this resident, and I would really welcome, whatever happens, I genuinely want the best we can get out of this. And I would really welcome, obviously I can't speak as well publicly about particular situations, but to be able to speak with perhaps the Health Committee and Cabinet member on those specific issues, because actually seeing firsthand, just looking at what a difference it makes if you're dealing with something at that crisis level. And this person had come to me 3 years ago, right at the beginning, in a completely different situation. And that realisation that went through my head, just about how much money things cost when they get left, or, I just would really welcome whatever we can do to look at this without the party stuff, but just properly on what the issues are. Because yes, of course, as Councillor McKenning says, there will be some people. Of course, there are always people that might think, oh, I could do this or whatever. But the vast majority of people I see, and even people that have died in the 3 years I've been here, that have struggled when they've been trying to access the PIP payments. And I just think, and even this person that came and saw me, I was more worried about her. The situation was not about her, but I was really worried about her situation, just in how she was dealing with that. And in terms of her work, she didn't have, she couldn't go off on sick. She just couldn't get any money to visit the person. So she was just not able to work, so she was really struggling. I was trying to sort out a food bank for her, but that wasn't the actual mental health issue that wasn't being resolved, and could have been possibly resolved 3 years ago at a completely different state. So that's all I wanted to say. I just hope we can deal with this seriously.
Councillor McLennan.
Thank you. I just want to come back to Councillor Frost. I didn't actually go with my colleagues over here because, and to answer your point, we've all got stories, we've got theories, we've all seen people. I don't know, I'm nothing special as a councillor, but I know I spend a lot of time with my residents. And I've taken people down the benefits office to try and get things sorted out. If they're suffering on money, if they need money and they can't get a job going. And I can't answer the debate today because there's so many different facets of it. Some people perhaps need this sort of special helping to get on the job market. Are their jobs suitable for them? There's lots of things. But I'm going to leave you with that thing that I've done, the attendance allowance, which I hope all of you are using for disabled pensioners who are really struggling. They can get £430 every 4 weeks, and it's not means tested. And I only found out by reading The Sun in Scotland about it. But, it takes about those forms, and they need help doing them, but it's made a difference to many people's lives on getting help and getting someone to do the gardening for them or other things. So there are ways around it, but I haven't got the answers, and I haven't got the knowledge about individual cases or putting it all together, because I think that's impossible. I think it needs a real study quickly, not a long study, but a quick study to try and find out what we can do. And I bow to the experts over here. Thank you.
Councillor Pete Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's an absolute disgrace. I'm sorry, this is supposed to be a democratic council, and the majority is now saying to us, oh no, we'll discuss this. I read you the thing, the report. I went to probably 30, 40 different professionals in mental health. Not one of them said it was a good idea, not one of them. Otherwise I would have put it down there. And now we have people saying, oh no, we'll take this back to Cabinet, because they don't really want to vote on it, because they'll be seen as to what their vote. They've got to vote with the clinicians or they've got to vote with their government, and they won't do it. It's just a good job that this government will be out this year, and this council next year will be run by people who will not behave like this. Thank you.
Councillor Frank. Thank you. Madam Chair, if I could ask through you to Councillor Veer, given the passion and the integrity of the speeches from the proposer and the seconder, whether you would consider changing your amendment, your motion to that the Cabinet, in working together with the proposer and the seconder of the motion and whatever else it was in the motion. Do you see what I mean? So it's not just the Cabinet, but it's also the proposer and the seconder of the motion.
So you're putting in an amendment?
Yep. If that's what it needs, would somebody support me?
Seconder? Sorry, can you just repeat what you said so that the monitoring officer can make a note?
Sorry, if the monitoring officer could read out what the motion currently says.
So if I'm hearing what you're suggesting correctly, it will now say, given the importance, breadth and complexity of this motion, we recommend referral of these recommendations to Cabinet, working with the proposer and the seconder for consideration and any appropriate actions to be taken.
Correct. However, the proposer and seconder are now Councillor Ver, so that would need to change.
Proposer and seconder of the original.
The proposer of the original. So I don't know how you want to phrase that, but that's the intention of it, yes.
Proposer and seconder of the original motion.
Yes.
Will you accept that, Councillor Ver?
We will accept it. Yeah, happy to.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan, were you seconding? I'm sorry, you've seen your hand go up.
I was going to second it, but I think Councillor Frost beat me to it.
So, do we have any speakers on the amendment?
No, he's accepted it. So
Right.
Speakers.
Do we have any speakers? Councillor Barnes.
Yes, I asked a question of the Cabinet as to what ideas they thought they might do to try and enact this, and I'd like, so far I haven't had a reply. So I wonder if someone in the Cabinet would like to reply.
Councillor Ver can address that when he sums up. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you. Hang on, we're not standing up, are we? So yeah, I just really want to emphasise that the things that Councillor Ellenbrook and Councillor Cruz mentioned, those good projects are precisely the things that are in danger at the moment. That funding that we had that used to come in long 7-year cycles from from the EU has now been put into a 2 or 3 year cycle from central government. And the other things that we fund through our own budget, remember, we heard from the leader at the start of the meeting in her comments that she said, we are looking to make efficiency savings in the year ahead. Let's be honest, we need to find £60 million of cuts in things that are not statutory services, and these are not statutory services. These are precisely the things that could get cut if the government doesn't give us some long-term funding for it. So the question really to Councillor Ver and to the leader really is, when this comes up for discussion at Cabinet, which Councillor Ver said he wanted to do so that everybody could have their say, my experience of going to Cabinet is that if I tried to stand up and make a few comments about something, the leader just shuts me down and says, you've just got to ask one question, no discussion. So how's that going to play out when it comes to Cabinet? Will everybody be able to join in the discussion, or will it just be the Cabinet members?
Councillor Toms.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is about integrity, I believe, and I would like the Councillor Ver and the leader just to say that they will bring a full report back to this council, because that's what they're complaining about. It's the integrity of you taking it away and maybe not doing a proper job on it. But I'd like to see you actually say in the chamber that you would do that. And I think you've been asked that one too, I think 3 times now. And I think that if you said, yes, we'll do the full report and we'll bring it back and it will be, you know, fully debated in the chamber as something that comes back as a motion, then I would have greater security in my mind of that a proper job will be done. Thank you.
Are there any of the other speakers? Councillor Farr, I'm going to bring you. Councillor Keelan, was that yes or no?
Yes, please. Just quickly, I can assure you that basically I think this is the right place for this subject matter. It's very sensitive, and you know, we need to discuss it a lot further than just in this council chamber. But I will say one thing. We have a scrutiny function, and if Cabinet are delivering on what you're deciding today, then I'm sure we will hold their feet to the fire to make sure they do. Okay.
Councillor Farr, do you want to come in and sum up and answer the different things that have come up? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for the comments and questions. Of course, in terms of recommendation 1, anyone can respond to the current consultation, and you could do that as the Liberal Democrat group here on Cornwall Council already. We know that the outcome of someone's health and the determinants of that is much greater than just access to healthcare. It's around your economic situation, your quality of your housing, quality of your education, the air you breathe, the exercise you take.
Sorry, you're mumbling. Can you speak up and lean a bit nearer to the microphone? Thank you. We can't hear you.
He can't hear you, dear.
It's very important you get to hear every word, Councillor Martin. Of course, people's outcome in terms of their health is much wider than just the pounds we put in for access to doctors and ambulances. And actually, a lot of those are within the gift of council in terms of quality of your housing, quality of your education, your outdoor experience, the economic opportunities that are available to you. And it is Cabinet that has that wide-ranging brief, and that's why I think it's an appropriate forum for them to consider. We also have representation on some of those cross healthcare and social care bodies, such as Integrated Care Board and the Integrated Care Partnership, again, which allow public participation. Again, you could go and attend that and make these points. There's also lots of work that's already going on. I'm sure we've all today enjoyed a proper job that have served us at lunch that are already going on. So we look forward to this discussion within Cabinet, and I welcome the contributions of Councillor Frost and Marrington to that. And we can give this proper consideration. It's wide-reaching, and it's more than just a letter in response to one green paper. So thank you for the support and taking it forward.
Okay, before we go to the vote, I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to read out what we've got on the paper, and then we'll go to the vote after.
Thank you, Chair. So the proposal is, given the importance, breadth and complexity of this motion, we recommend referral of these recommendations to Cabinet, working with the proposer and seconder of the original motion for consideration and any appropriate actions to be taken. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to the vote. Those for. Those against? Any abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 17.2, support for housing justice, end tax subsidies for holiday homes. Proposer Councillor George, seconder Councillor Colin Martin. In accordance with the procedure rule of 12.4, I am using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor George to move and Councillor Martin to second the motion set out on page 107 of the agenda pack, and then bring in any supporters who wish to speak before opening it to the wider council for debate. I would be grateful if members do not repeat points made in by previous speakers. Councillor George.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and for allowing this debate to take place. That's much
much appreciated. I'm sure a lot of members here are well versed in the issues which are going to debate on this issue. It's one part of a range of measures to address housing injustice in places like Cornwall, particularly areas of high levels of holiday home ownership. I'm pleased to say that obviously this has been approached in the spirit of cross-party cooperation, and reaching across to all parties to seek support. So we welcomed the government's sort of introduction to a number of measures, and also prior to this debate I've been approached by other councillors whether I would be prepared to accept an amendment, and in that spirit of inclusivity and cross-party constructive engagement, very happy to do that. And this relates to point 3 in the recommendation, which reads as proposed, that further welcomes the Conservative government's adoption of one part of a long-standing Liberal Democrat and maybe Kerno policy, which Labour and independent councillors have also pursued in this chamber, to introduce a new planning use class, etc., etc. Do I need to pause to ensure that you, Madam Chair, would accept that amendment? I have sent that amendment to across to the table for consideration.
Councillor Martin, you happy for that, to second that? Okay. Okay, so we're going to go to speakers that were supporters of the motion.
Do I do further? No, I speak later to introduce the motion, or shall I do that at the end?
Sorry. Yes, you speak first.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So, so the purpose of the whole motion is not the politics of envy. It's the politics of social justice and fairness. And I think it's important to make the point that second home owners, for example, make a very significant contribution to the life and community life of our communities and to the economy. And it's not a question of being personally, if you like, sort of envious or critical of the people involved. It's a question of social justice in the way in which the political and economic and tax balance, the way in which our society is managed, in order to ensure that locals and
30
people
seconds.
invest in property have a full opportunity to engage. There is a wide background to this issue, which relates to the small business rate relief, which was introduced in 2012. And on that issue, there has been, since that time, both through that measure and the COVID aid and other tax measures which have been available for holiday home owners, over £500 million of taxpayers' money has been conveyed to holiday home owners, and it's a question of ensuring that we get the balance right and bring that benefit to an end. Thank you very much.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So I hope that this is something that we can deal with in a genuinely cross-party way. The cost of housing has been a growing problem in Cornwall for many years, and as house prices have grown faster than the wider economy, Cornish houses have increasingly been seen by the wealthy as investments to boost their portfolio rather than homes for local families. Now, 3 years ago, as the end of lockdown combined with international travel restrictions, that put rocket boosters on the holiday property market, and we reached the unhappy milestone of 25,000 families on the waiting list for affordable housing, while 25,000 potential homes are being used as holiday accommodation. So at that time, I brought a cross-party motion to this chamber calling on the council to declare a housing emergency. This led to an all-party working group which agreed on a set of measures to control the number of holiday properties and increase the supply of affordable housing. Several of these measures have now been agreed by the Conservative government, such as double council tax for second homes, tighter rules on when a second home becomes a business, the power for councils to regulate holiday rentals, and even the creation of a new use class which would require anyone wanting to convert a home into holiday accommodation to apply for planning permission. That's a brilliant example of cross-party working that we came up with together, and our Conservative cabinet persuaded the Conservative government to adopt it. Unfortunately, while the government has accepted these policies in principle, they've made very little difference in practice so far, because they've each been introduced with notice periods and loopholes, which mean that they will have virtually no impact before the general election. In contrast, those of you who were listening to Farming Today this morning will have heard the Community Secretary, Michael Gove, announce that farmers will be able to convert up to 10 of their buildings per year into new homes or businesses, including holiday rentals, without any requirement to apply for planning permission from Cornwall Council. And this policy comes into effect from today. So, will this lead to more homes or yet more holiday properties? This motion recognises the progress which has been made through cross-party cooperation, but recognises that more needs to be done to tip the balance so that providing homes is more attractive than converting these homes into holiday accommodation. At the moment, homes are liable for council tax, but holiday property businesses are eligible for small business rate relief, which means that the government, you and I as the taxpayers, pay the business rates for those thousands of holiday rental properties in Cornwall. We are subsidising those people to the tune of about £20 million a year. And this motion simply says those people should pay the business rates themselves, and if the government keeps giving the same money to Cornwall Council, we could use that to build more affordable homes or take other measures, energy efficiency measures, etc., to ease the cost of living for everybody. So I really hope that this is something that we can take forward on a genuinely cross-party basis. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask members who are listed as supporters of the motion to raise their hands if they wish to speak? Supporters of the motion. Councillor Candy.
Chair, I shall be reasonably brief. I have just been elected, as you know, to represent Polruan, where a recent survey found that 52% of the accommodation there is not in full-time residential use. This is leading to huge problems in that community, and the community is being hollowed out. The same is happening in Polperro. The same is happening throughout the coastal areas of Cornwall, which are, we have many. So I am very keen to support this motion. We cannot go on having issues like they have in Polperro, where the local people now are banned to the new housing up on the top, away from the harbour, which they call the reservation. Then the analogy is with the Indians who were fenced in on a reservation in America. I mean the native Indians. So I'm very keen to support this, and I hope that it is debated fully in this chamber and not referred to Cabinet. Thank you.
Councillor Wooden.
Thank you very much. The opportunity to speak on this motion also allows me to mention some of the issues I have with the Leader's update. We seem to be obsessed in Cornwall with trying to attract extra external investment, and notice that our housing portfolio holder has gone to try and attract some major house builders. I don't want to bore you, as I sometimes do, with facts and profit levels, but major house builders are making a huge amount of money out of Cornwall. And our own planning laws, which are dictated by government, don't allow us to have more than 30 or 35% social housing. And then we go to the motion about health. There is undeniable evidence, if you care to do your research, that seeing prosperity and not having access to it yourself is a major cause of mental illness. And mental illness, as other members have suggested, then causes to the types of behaviours that are bad for health. And many of my family members who work in the health sector see this tripling, doubling, exploding in the last 12 years of increasing inequality. And when I teach at school, I teach my students to look at the data around Cornwall. Yes, we have an overall, on average, rising incomes, but that's because of wealthy people coming in and buying properties and enjoying this beautiful place. What we don't do well enough is protect the people on low incomes, on insecure housing situations, who can see the beauty around us and see those beautiful £1 million homes being built on the coast around here, and they know that they never have a chance to get there. It's demoralising and it's atrocious. So if we can do anything, it is not going to destroy the livelihoods of those investors who have second homes, this motion. It is not going to damage. In fact, it's going to support what we did in the Sustainable and Tourism Inquiry and protect those genuine business owners who depend on holiday accommodation for their small businesses. But what this might just do is send a signal to the market, to the broader market. If we support this and it gets publicised with our unanimous support, then perhaps then we can be seen in the council to be standing up for residents and local people who need our support, rather than multi-million profit-making private business.
Councillor Tudor.
Thank you. Just quickly, really, to say that it's high time that this tax subsidy was stopped. It's been going on too long. I worked for a company in Cornwall, Chartered Surveyors, where clients were advised to take advantage of this subsidy, this loophole, in order to profit from it. These wealthy homeowners often hold portfolio property owners, will always be able to afford the accountants and the financial advice to be able to take advantage of things. So they're not going to pragmatically wake up one morning and decide to do the right thing themselves. This is the only way, really, to get rid of this tax subsidy and close a loophole.
Do we have any members who wish to speak? Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say how civilised it is to speak sitting down with these microphones. Perhaps we could move that way. I welcome this, but I'm never a great fan of motions that involve writing to government and urging. I wonder where the measures are for this council, and I'm going to propose an amendment, an additional point, which I hope will be considered. And it is as follows, and it's about how we use money from second homes to help housing in Cornwall. And it is that Cornwall Council earmarks a significant proportion of additional second homes council tax income to boost delivery of affordable and rented homes for local people. Now, I'm putting that out there because I think it's a tangible thing that this council could do rather than just urge government to do things. And I know we've debated this in the past, but I think it's time we talked again about what the £20 million or so that we expect to bring in could do for housing in Cornwall of local people. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder?
Well, just first of all, would they accept that?
Okay. Will you accept?
I must defer to my seconder because I will have to declare an interest in accepting that. So I'll leave that to
Councillor Morton.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I'm torn on this one because I would love to see that extra money being earmarked for those purposes, but I fear that the financial situation that we face next year might mean that the council is desperately struggling to stay afloat. And I worry if this amendment gets added in, that might cause our Conservative colleagues to go against it. So I'm inclined to say, whilst I support the spirit of it, I would rather it go to the vote, because then if I would love the Conservatives to embrace it and support it and go for the main motion,
But if they voted, so I'm going to say no. Let's debate it. So I'm doing the debate there, aren't I?
Councillor Dwelly?
Well, just to clarify, I didn't say all of the money. I said a significant proportion, and anyone can decide what that is. So I'm going to keep pushing this out there, and I think we should be voting on something tangible. Thank you. Can I just stress, currently the council has decided, this administration, Councillor Harris, has said that not a single penny of extra money from second homes be earmarked for housing in any way, not a single penny. So this is a way to say perhaps we should do a bit better than that. Thank you.
Councillor Musto?
Yeah, it's a really interesting discussion, and I can understand where Councillor Dwelly and others are coming from. But when saying that we're going to earmark a significant amount, millions and millions of pounds of council money to a particular thing, doesn't that take this motion away from being debated and voted on here, because it has a significant financial impact on the council? Because
Well, I think we're going to go to speakers at the moment, because we've not even got to that part at the moment. So, is there any speakers on? Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Can I just speak to what Councillor Dwelly said? I would not, as usual, not support what he says. That's my want. Simply, Tim, because and Councillor Martin, with whom for once I'm almost agreeing, which is amazing, has made the point. We need this extra money, whatever it turns out at, and 20 million might be the right figure, to meet our budget requirements. But please don't forget that one of our priorities is housing in Cornwall. So effectively, this woolly word, significant proportion, a significant proportion of this money will be going, I've got Colin Martin nodding at me, it's gobsmacking, will be going into housing. So the simplest way to put it is don't bother, Twim.
May I? No. I'm sorry. This administration has failed to acknowledge that any of that extra money will boost housing in any way. There has been no figure whatsoever. So this is a chance to prod, using a fairly abstract term like significant proportion, to try to get some kind of commitment that the money coming from second homes, the extra money, that roughly 20 million, whatever it is, should in part do more than we're doing now on housing. And I'm afraid that if we went with what Councillor Harris said, none of that is guaranteed at all. So I'm going to stick to my guns on this and call for more money for housing from that extra pot from council tax on second homes.
I'm just going to come back to you, Councillor Musto. I've had clarity from the monitoring officer, and it is an acceptable amendment. Okay, so we're now taking speakers on that.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. Have we got a seconder for the...
Yes, Councillor Tom, at the back there. Councillor Thomas. Yes, he put his hand up previously, so we are going to the speakers, please.
Councillor Ray, can I just clarify that the intent is that that sentence is added at the end of the motion, but otherwise it is as unchanged?
Call it a new point 4, please.
Okay. Is that okay?
Councillor Thomas, do you want to speak?
No, Councillor Dwelly has been eloquent enough, thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Thank you, Chair. There's not many, some councillors have gone now, but I mean, if we can be transparent, there must be quite a few councillors who've got holiday lets themselves. So they're all remaining quiet. With regard to the double council tax, I've had discussions galore on this with various people, and they don't think paying twice is much of a deterrent, because to them, who've got second homes, it's like a cup of cold tea, really. And third, with regard to mental health issues with regard to people looking at £1 million houses, well then I should have been dead and buried years ago, but I don't get wound up about it. I see lots of £1 million houses being built, but you just get on with your life. It's not something that's going to send me around the twist. I just try and get on and enjoy my life. So I don't think that's an answer about the cost of properties affecting people. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So specifically on this amendment, which is about how we use the money that we know we're going to get next year from the double council tax on second homes, I would love to see it, and I'm on record as saying I would love to see that being earmarked for affordable housing and reducing the cost of living through renewable energy, sustainable energy measures. But my worry is, as things stand, our long-term forecast says we're going to have a £60 million shortfall next year, and I think that if we say that we're going to ring-fence the money we currently know we're getting for something that's an extra nice to have that we want to deliver, that's going to make it even harder for us to balance the books next year. So I think if this amendment gets through, we're giving the administration a real difficult choice. I think they would find it very hard to support the motion as a whole. So I'm going to have to abstain on this amendment, because what I really want is for this whole chamber to support the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Councillor German.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm clear that I support the delivery of more social housing, and the opportunity to ring-fence money for the delivery of more social housing is something that I think we absolutely should be taking today. Independent councillors would take action to address the housing crisis rather than just talking about it. Previously, under independent leadership, Cornwall Council was #1 in the country for the delivery of affordable housing. The council has sadly plummeted to 12th under the inept management of the Conservatives. The last independent council administration was praised by government for its work to bring empty properties back into use. Now the number of empty properties is rising, with the Conservatives having got rid of the team focused on this. Independent councillors will put back in place an affordable housing delivery team and a team to tackle empty homes. Madam Chairman, I support the amendment.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. I'm going to oppose the amendment, and I'm also like to give you notice I would like to oppose the full resolution when that comes through as well. Why am I opposing the amendment? Councillor Martin has got most of the answer already. That in 3 years' time we have, and I believe I'm right in saying my figures have come straight out of thin air, but I believe we have about £180 million deficit on our budget by then. This year we have a £14 million deficit, which is coming off a £20 million general reserve fund, which leaves us £16 million to carry forward. Now, if it's 60 million that the deficit is in line for next year, and we've only got 16 million in the general reserve to carry forward, we're already at minus 44 million before we go any further. We cannot start putting money into any other pot than what's needed. We have got to make savings somewhere to keep ourselves afloat. Financial equilibrium is essential. Now, this second home is an addition. The second home's money will be an addition, and it's been suggested it could be of the order of £20 million. Now, that will take a chunk out of the deficit for next year. We haven't got ourselves yet into a position where we can then start saying, we've got extra money, we can spend it. We still are negative equity, and negative equity in my book means that we cannot afford to put any money anywhere until such time as we have paid the bills we already have. Now, it's a sad thing because we do desperately need additional accommodation, and the affordable homes is a real priority, but we cannot spend the money we do not have. So I'm opposing the amendment on that basis.
Councillor Harris.
just for the avoidance of doubt, I completely oppose the amendment for the reasons stated and for the reasons, again, well set out by Councillor Martin. Councillor Conway, you were using some figures. Can I have a bit of silence, please? You were using some figures very loosely a second ago. With respect, you were using some very wrong figures in terms of what our reserves were and what our draw from reserves was. So any councillor heard what you were talking, please consider that they were, what was the word that Councillor German didn't like this morning? Animal excrement, that was the expression. Because you really get them wrong, John, and I'd be happy to correct you, but for the avoidance of doubt, the amendment for the reasons set out by Councillor Martin and for the reasons I've set out already, that a significant chunk of this extra money will go into housing because that's one of our priorities and it's in the budget already. Thank you.
Point of order, please, Madam Chair. Mike Thomas. Could Councillor Harris give us the correct figures that Councillor Conway got wrong?
Let me email you, Mike, or let me see if I can find them in the next 5 minutes if I put a cold towel over my head.
Well, I think the key figure that Councillor Conway referenced was 14 million. Can you confirm that that figure is still correct?
If I remember correctly, that is the current deficit forecast. Where I think Councillor Conway was well out was in terms of what our general fund reserve brought forward was into 24/5, and also what other reserve we have, in particular the financial sustainability reserve. But I don't want to divert this meeting from there, but I will go and have a quick look now, and if I can find a simple answer, I'll put my hand up and ask the Chair if I may address it.
It wouldn't actually be a point of order, so if you want to speak to him afterwards, that'd be lovely.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members would have had an email from me recently about this specific subject, and you will see that the Southwest region is poorly funded, to the tune of, if we got the same funding as, say, Scotland, we would get £11 billion more. The same in Wales, £11 billion more. London, £9.8 billion. Now, we won't be having any of these conversations if we got at least the average for the UK, but we're not. So it is a problem. And anybody that's going to say, well, that's just under the Conservative government, no, we've been looking at, I've been watching this since about 2005, and I tell you, it hasn't changed. They cherry pick where they're going to put the money, and it goes there. Because that's why we pay for the likes of the Tamar Bridge, because we're not fairly funded. The other thing is, it's about £20 million that we were gained by the 100%, but if we were allowed to do it for the Airbnbs, it would be £37 million. That would solve our problems. And when you talk about, oh, we can't allocate the money, look what they're doing in Pembrokeshire. On their website, you'll see exactly what they spend the second Homes Council tax on. And it is, in the main, towards affordable social housing for local residents and other things as well. It's there, it's in writing, it's right up front for the people of their area to see. I just believe that Cornwall has missed out. And we've talked about fair funding and fair everything for so long that it needs to be changed, because, to be honest, we're not being honest with our residents. We should be fighting as a team, Team Cornwall. And I've said it here in the past, it's forget politics, let's get on and move forward and actually fight for the people that we serve. And I don't see that by the debates that we've had today. I really don't. We need to be as a one, and one that's fighting London, one that's fighting for us and our residents. And I'll end with that. Thank you.
Councillor Frost.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I keep standing up. I know we're not supposed to, but I guess I'm loud and short, so that's okay. I just, at the risk of the wrath of Councillor German, I just thought I'd also remind the Chamber that affordable housing was #1 under the Lib Dem leadership of Councillor Painter. And also, I just think, yeah, well, you know, you can't rewrite history. But I am in support of this amendment. You know, at scrutiny, I have supported this and pushed for this as a measure that we should be implementing. I think the key figure in the amendment is the fact that it says significant sum, and that we're not tied down to an actual figure. And if we are under pressure, we can change that, what we decree a significant sum to be.
Councillor Barnes.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I also support the amendment. I think it's high time we decided what we was going to do to house our local people, rather than just try and sort out some councillors' budget problems, which keep shifting. And so I think we need to be offering concrete proposals for concrete houses for local people. And Councillor Conway shouldn't really worry too much about the budget, because the lot opposite won't be here next year anyway. Thank you very much.
Right, I'm just going to bring in the monitoring officer for some clarity.
Thank you, Chair. So, Councillor Dwelly, I don't think it works having it as an additional 4, because that's effectively background and context. So I think it needs to be an extra sentence at the end saying further Cornwall Council earmarks significant proportion, just as an add-on at the end.
Yeah, as long as it's in there, I'm happy. If I may, I want to stress I have deliberately said proportion and not set an amount, which would mean that we would then be able to all debate how much that should be. And I would just like to quickly, if I'm allowed, to say to Councillor Harris that if you were intending to spend any of that money on housing, then the budget you presented would have shown how, and it didn't. The figures did not go up. So I know this isn't today a budget discussion, and it's deliberately, as Councillor Frost has said, I put an abstract phrase in there for further debate to prompt this administration to use some of that extra money for housing, or at least consider it. Thank you.
Okay, have we any more speakers? If we've not, we're going to go to the vote on Councillor Dwelly's motion. Councillor George, would you like to sum up before we go to that?
Thank you. I've already recused myself from engaging in the debate, but I'll be acting accordingly.
Sorry, can I clarify? When we've debated an amendment, do the proposers of the main motion get a summing up? Yeah. Okay, so you're happy for me to do that in Councillor George's place then? Yeah, well, I think we've heard the points on both sides. We all want to see the money going there. The reason why we didn't accept it as suggested was because I worry that if this amendment gets through, then the administration might feel that they can't vote for the main motion. So let's go and have the vote, and I hope that we can approve the whole motion at the end.
Okay, do you want to read out the piece at the end?
Well, I'll hopefully make it clear for members. So it's the motion as printed with the amendments that Councillor George read out to bullet point 3, and then the additional wording at the end, which reads further, Cornwall Council earmarks significant proportion of second home council tax income to boost affordable and rented homes for local people.
Okay, those for?
Yeah, votes for the amendment.
Those against? Any abstentions? And that's lost. Okay, so we go back to the original list of speakers. Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wanted to propose an amendment to the motion. Genuinely, I think to seek some clarity, because I think as the motion is written at the minute, I think it's rather confusing, because I don't think it reflects the current state of play of funding to local authorities. I did send this in advance. So essentially where the bullet point is, no, to monitoring officer. So the bullet point, starting therefore and ending this, full stop, to replace that. And I think it's kind of within keeping of the ambition of the motion, to suggest supports the leader of the council to continue working with government and the 6 Cornish MPs to increase the availability of homes for local people, urge the government to end the small business rates relief subsidy granted to short-term rentals, including Airbnbs, and welcomes the government's significant investment into Cornwall to support local residents with the cost of living and need for affordable homes. Now, there's a couple of reasons I wanted to suggest that amendment, if I'm allowed to explain that now. Because I think as it reads, I think it's confusing because it suggests like the council doesn't get the funding in place of those properties that qualify for small business rates relief, which of course they do. Local authorities, including Cornwall Council, is compensated for those properties that qualify for small business rates relief under the existing regime. So I think it does strengthen that. I don't think it changes the purpose of the motion. It's offered in good faith. But I think it just clarifies that. It supports the premise of the motion, which is to urge for the end of the small business rate relief subsidy for short-term rentals, including the Airbnbs, which I've kept. And I would be happy, for that to be considered by the council.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Desmond? Councillor George? Would you like to say anything?
Yes, please. I'd like to support Councillor Donathorne's amendment, and there's little I can add to the substance of the amendment, but I'd like to take this opportunity of thanking the proposer and seconder and the supporters for this opportunity, as they have done, to emphasise and focus upon the wonderful work being done by government in their promise to introduce measures, including to establish a register of holiday lets to double council tax on homes and similar measures, and their policy to introduce a new planning use class to the use classes order, requiring planning permission to convert a dwelling to a non-permanent occupancy. So I just want it to be clear that I support the amendment, and to thank the proposer and the seconder for bringing this forward, and to marvel at the ability of Councillor Martin to demonstrate his ability to persuade government, as he put it, to introduce the policy to introduce a new planning use class. Thank you very much.
Councillor George, do you accept the amendment?
Although I disagree with that, but what I think is the intention, I certainly disagree with the interpretation given by Councillor Donathorne and his misreading of it. And although these are largely debating points that he's proposing rather than matters of substance, the substance actually remains in the sense that the primary issue, which is to remove altogether the small business rate relief, remains as the substance of the motion. The rest of it is kind of political flummery, to be honest. And on that basis, as the substance remains, personally, I am content to accept in the spirit that I disagree with the debating points that are proposed, but I agree with the substance of it. Therefore, I will accept.
Councillor Martin?
Thank you. So I just want to be clear that we understand the difference between the two positions. So there were two things that were intended with the motion. One is to make it slightly less attractive to be a holiday landlord. And number two is to make sure that this council gets some extra money to spend on affordable housing. Now, by eliminating, yes, because if this gets through, then that would be extra money. What your amendment wouldn't change the amount of money that Cornwall Council was getting anyway. The point is, as proposed, the government would stop paying that council that subsidy on behalf of the homeowner, and so that saves money for the Treasury. The second vital part of it was that spare money that the Treasury's got, they should still send to Cornwall. It's just they should send it directly to us to spend on other things. The way that Councillor Donathorne wants us to amend it, I'm delighted to hear that he agrees that we should end the subsidy for the second home, for the short-term rentals, but effectively the financial beneficiary of Councillor Donathorne's amendment is the Treasury. Yes, because we wouldn't be any better off. So if I'm misunderstanding that, then I'll be happy to let Councillor Donathorne come back in to explain it, because...
On a point of order, have we barred the use of yes and no from this dictionary today?
I'm trying to make sure I understand what Councillor Donathorne is proposing. So, Councillor Donathorne, you're saying, yes, you agree that the subsidy should end, but if the government is no longer paying that subsidy, should they still send the same money directly to Cornwall? So effectively, we're getting the money from the government and we're getting the money from the taxpayers, the second homeowners, the short-term rental owners, or are we just going to get it once and it's the Treasury that's going to be the net beneficiary?
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you. Genuinely gracious, and thank you to Councillor George. I think we are trying to meet in the middle here, and I don't think it's kind of, I can't remember the word you used, but political additions. So I'm going to stick with the I'm going to stick with the amendment, and I'll reread it for the benefit of doubt. Supports the leader of the council to continue working with government and our 6 Cornish MPs to increase the availability of homes for local people. Urge the government to end the small business rates relief subsidy granted to short-term rentals, including Airbnbs, and welcomes the government's significant investment into Cornwall to support local residents with the cost of living and need for affordable homes. The point of that motion is to not just, as it's currently worded, it's just leader of the council and the government. But of course, you know, it's right that the leader of the council of whatever administration works with the 6 Cornish MPs to deliver the priorities for Cornwall. I'm content with the amendment as it stands. It's up to the council, obviously, to pass it or whether it is or not. I hope it's accepted. I think, you know, I'll welcome comment on that from Councillor George and Councillor Martin. But just on the point to Councillor Martin's question, the Treasury is not the net beneficiary, it's the taxpayer, you know, and this current system, and this is why I wanted the amendment, the current system is that properties, obviously, that qualify for small business rates relief, local authorities are compensated. This amendment clears the position that that's the current situation, and what this amendment hopefully delivers is that small business rate relief is removed from the short-term rentals, and I think the amendment's pretty clear.
Are you happy to accept
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just on that point, if I may. The point that I think Councillor Martin was putting forward was in relation to those words and calls for this funding. I mean, those are kind of critical words which were missing. In other words, the funding which is accrued as a result of removing the small business rate relief from holiday lets is funding which would still come to Cornwall in another form, so that it would then, in the same way as when the government removed the 50% council tax discounts for second homes, that funding was then passported to local authorities, in effect, for local authorities to then hypothecate, in the case of Mr. Dwelly, Councillor Dwelly, towards affordable homes. So the same. So I think those crucial words are missing. I mean, in his response, Councillor Donathorne said that is, in answer to Councillor Martin's point, that is the intention. In other words, the funding which will then be freed as a result of it not having to be, used to compensate for the small business rate relief for holiday lets, will then still come to the council, and the council can then deploy that funding appropriately. So I think the words just need to be amended slightly to accept. So calls for that funding needs to be included in those words.
Councillor Donathorne, are you prepared to?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Prepared to change the wording?
No, and the reason being is that I want the amendment. I think the amendment that I have proposed, which has been seconded, and again, it's up to the members of this council to support it. For me, the priority is to get that small business rates relief under the current regime, is to essentially remove that from short-term rentals. I think the proposition from Councillor George and Councillor Martin is therefore saying this should be replaced by another fund by government. But for me, the main thing in this motion that we get is to end the small business rate relief subsidy for short-term rentals. And I think my amendment is clear on that, and I want that to go to a vote.
So we're going back to you now. We're still unsure whether you're saying yes or no now. So can we have it a yes or a no?
Well, it's a reluctant yes, and for the reasons I've explained. I mean, clearly, the purpose...
That'll do, thank you. Councillor Morton?
It's a yes from me as well, and if Councillor Donathorne had spoken to us beforehand, I think we could have saved a lot of trouble there, because I'm glad we agree on the main point.
Okay, so we've now got an amended substantive motion, so back to the speakers. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirkham.
It feels like there's probably not an awful lot else to say, but I'll say it anyway. Second homes and holiday lets, it's an issue that we've had going around this council. It's been ongoing for years and years. I think it's pretty obvious now, we're at a position where cross-party in Cornwall, we all agree on what has to be done. We need that suite of powers to deal with these second homes and holiday lets. It's just been too slow. It's been too slow. And I think all parties would agree. And if ex-councillor Cornelius Olivier was here, he'd be saying that he's been bringing motions about this since 2014, and of course other parties have too. So very much in support of this, and we will be voting for it.
Thank you. Councillor Toms.
I said my piece during the debate. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. Just to go through the figures I did mention earlier, just so we can get them correct. The carry forward figure on the general fund at the beginning of this year is 41.3 million. There's 14 million deficit for the year. There's a carry forward figure at the end of this year of 27.3 million, and that is at page 361 on the budget meeting that we had on the 20th of February 2024, and the deficit for the following 3 years is 212.4 million, which leaves a carry forward deficit at the March 28 of 185 million pounds. That is on page 351 of the same document. So that was what we voted on.
Can we move on
February.
now?
Yeah, I just wanted to, because I did quote wrong figures, I just wanted to make people aware of where the correct figures are.
Councillor McLennan.
No, I wish to speak on this matter, Madam.
Oh, right, okay, so...
That's just part of my 3 minutes. Thank you. What I do object to with this whole thing is we are discriminating against people who work with furnished holiday lettings. It used to be case 6 of Schedule D. Furnished holiday lettings you've got to work for. You've got to go and you've got to clean the place out. You've got to advertise it and all the rest of those sort of things. People do not just let the money roll in. If you've got short-term furnished holiday lettings, it's just the same as a guy who's running a garage. Now, if a guy who runs a garage, he can get small business rates if he's only got one little garage that he's working from. If someone has just one property that they're doing furnished holiday lets from, that they're working from, that is physical work they're doing, why should you discriminate against that person and not the person who's doing the motor mechanics or whatever? The whole idea of a second home is a totally different argument. A second home is defined in law as one that's a second home and is not available for letting. A furnished holiday letting, if my memory serves me correct, has got to be available for 183 days a year and has got to be let for 140, I beg your pardon, but it's got to be let for a period of time. So we aren't talking about giving second holiday home people exemption from business rates, but we are talking about a working person who works
30 seconds.
to let these who physically works in the holiday industry, and we're saying they shouldn't get the same benefits as any other person who is working and living in Cornwall. So that's why I'm opposing it. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
I wasn't on the list, actually. Sorry. Oh, it's been... Yeah, sorry, Chair.
Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I just want to come back to Councillor Conway. I know it's not directly here. Councillor Conway, you're looking at figures back to front. If you look at that page 361, or page 362 to be precise, from the Council Budget and MTFP, it shows a balance on the General Fund Reserve at 1st of April 24 of £41 million. It shows no budget movement whatsoever from that reserve in the current year. Instead, it shows the £14 million deficit for this year, which I acknowledge there is, but since May Cabinet, that number's come down by 2 or 3 million. It shows that being funded by the Collection Fund Volatility Reserve and the Financial Sustainability Reserve. And I don't want members to go away thinking that the General Fund Reserve is forecast to be any less than £42 million at the end of this year. Go back and look at it properly, John.
Right, OK, we're going back on topic now. Councillor George, would you like to sum up?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. I think this has been a good debate. Obviously, we've spent a lot of time debating the proposed amendments, and I think one of the lessons that we need to learn from this is that if a motion quite clearly is seeking cross-party consensus, I think those people who are proposing amendments to the motion should approach the movers of the motion in advance of the debate itself and bring forward their amendments and discuss them with them rather than trying to ambush them, as I fear has been happening today. I don't think it helps to have political games going on in the same way as the previous debate was ambushed as well in a very disreputable fashion, and I'm sorry that happened. Having said all of that, I think that the points made by Councillor Dwelly were very strong and important ones, and ones that clearly we do need to be finding ways of putting more resources into addressing the inequalities in our society. Councillor Toms was highlighting the impact of the Barnett formula, which has been preserved in aspect for decades now and certainly does need to be reviewed, and one which I think that he's absolutely right that Cornwall does need to stand shoulder to shoulder with each other and argue for fairer funding, because we're certainly not getting it. I'm grateful to other councillors who've been making very significant contributions. I don't know what happened to my 3 minutes earlier. I think a lot of it was in debate, so I was unable to make some of the significant points which I would like to have made in preface to the debate itself. But certainly the points made by Councillor Conway, for example, were very important in that we're talking very specifically in this case today, although congratulating the government, of course, for the doubling of council tax on second homes, for the new measures in terms of registration and other matters which have been brought forward. But this particular proposal is in relation to the small business rate relief, which was brought in 2012. And originally, the small business rate relief was intended to support circumstances such as the small village shop and post office, which was threatened with closure in those communities, and to provide a lifeline which enabled them to continue. It wasn't intended to provide the kind of support which has been available to holiday homeowners for more than a decade now. And in spite of the semantic point made by officers in the comments about the motion itself, I mean, a large number of second homeowners have flipped their property, in fact thousands in Cornwall, from council tax to business rates and then not paying anything at all. And it's cost us as taxpayers over £500 million in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly alone in the last 10 years. And that's a subject which I think we need to reflect on. I think we should hang our heads in shame, and the government should certainly do that. That amount of money being spent in that way when there are so many other priorities in our society. Thank you very much. I hope you'll support the motion, in spite of it being amended to its detriment. Thank you.
OK, so I'm going to bring the monitoring officer in to read out the amended motion now before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I won't read the whole thing. I'll just talk you through the changes. So it's as printed up until point 3, and the first part of that is now amended to read, further welcomes the Conservative government's adoption of one part of a long-standing Liberal Democrat and Mibby-and-Kernow policy which Labour and independent councillors have also pursued in this chamber to introduce a new planning use class to the use classes order. And then the bullet point paragraph is replaced with a new paragraph reading, supports the Leader of the Council to continue working with government and our 6 Cornish MPs to increase the availability of homes for local people, urge the government to end the small business rates relief subsidy granted to short-term rentals, including Airbnbs, and welcomes the government's significant investment into Cornwall to support local residents with the cost of living and need for affordable homes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to the vote. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 18. Questions from members to members of the Cabinet. Members will be aware that Council agreed that a period of 60 minutes be allocated for questions from members to the Cabinet. Members are not required to give advance notice of their questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question and you wish to ask so that the Vice Chairman can make note of your name. Please keep your hand up until the Vice Chairman has everyone's names. Each member must identify which Cabinet member their question is for, and they will be able to ask one supplementary question based on their original question in their response. In accordance with the Council's previous decisions on Can I have some quiet, please? In accordance with the Council's previous decision on supplementary questions, many members wishing to put more than one will get 30 seconds to do so. Questions should relate to the duties of the Council and the specific remits of Cabinet portfolios. I would ask that questions and responses are kept as brief as possible so that as many members as possible have the opportunity to ask the questions. I would appreciate it if, as far as possible, members refrain from asking parochial questions, as these can be dealt with more appropriately outside the meeting. Any questions that cannot be dealt with in the 60 minutes can, of course, be raised with the Cabinet member outside the meeting. Thank you. Hands up. So we've got some hands here, but I'm not sure that we've got everybody's. Have we got enough people here?
Is there a sale somewhere in town?
Councillor Rushworth.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on your new appointment. This was a question for Councillor Monk, but as he's not here now, I'll direct it to Councillor Taylor. Padstow has just, has all worked together over several years to develop a new housing complex for local people, and everybody in Padstow worked and helped for the project to come forward. And it was always on the understanding that they would be let to local Padstow people, either by social renting or affordable. I presume for monetary reasons it was changed at the end that half of them are now being done as shared ownership. The housing values in Padstow are so high that these shared ownership are so expensive that local people can't afford to buy them. And so far out of the 25, there's only 5, to the best of my knowledge, have been taken up. The 106 agreement states that these should go to Padstow people. If they're not sold, my worry is that people from outside of Padstow will come in and start buying them. That takes away the whole spirit of how the development came forward. And I'm just slightly worried that if any of these do go to people from outside of Padstow, we'll have the Red Horse and the Blue Horse marching together into County Hall, creating a great objection to it all. So my question to Councillor Taylor is, can you get your officers to look at this again and see if they can provide more of the housing back into social rent or affordable housing as was envisaged in the beginning? And I'm sure if you don't do that and people come in from outside of Padstow, you're going to have a hard job to sell it to anybody else in the county if you want to copy this example. So that's my question. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Rushworth. So what I will need to do is look at the particular application you're referring to, obviously consult with Councillor Monk when he gets back, and actually look at the planning conditions that were imposed. The other thing, obviously, we wouldn't want to encourage livestock moving between Padstow and New County Hall by way of red and blue horses. So we will come back to you, but it will be down to the planning conditions that were imposed at the time through the planning committee, but we will come back to you. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Toms.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is for the leader. Can you pass on my thanks to Brian Skinner and the team at Highways for the way they dealt with the A387 Polperra Road in New. The people in East New, because it's in West New, are very appreciative of the work that they did to get it open and safe, and it will alleviate a multitude of problems during the winter, during the summer period. And to the economic team for the work they did on the Prince of Wales Pier in Polperra, because it's now, the project has moved so far forward now that it's just allocating the money and things like that. So there's two thank yous, so thank you.
Leader.
Councillor Toms, thank you for that, and I will make sure that that vote of thanks is passed on. The reason I did actually just want to stand up and respond is that as part of my Meet the Leader and the Radio Cornwall phone-in, I am going out and visiting our residents where they've got issues, and I just want to personally thank the Highways team who have come out to support. It's absolutely obvious that they take pride in their work, and they also take pride in wanting to make sure the areas that they look after are meeting our customers, our residents' expectations. So I will add my thanks as well to yours. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Toms? Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to David Harris. If this council goes ahead and supports the proposed rail link between Newquay and Falmouth, that's the Metro scheme, and the scheme collapses, how would this council pay off this debt?
Councillor Harris.
Councillor Barnes, that's a beautiful question. We have an oversight board for the Mid Cornwall Metro that is looking in detail at this. If you remember when this was discussed in Cabinet or Council some time ago, it was stated then that we would get to a go, no-go decision sometime between May and effectively July of this year, when in particular Network Rail would have come out with the detailed costings to the extent they were capable of so doing, to show us what it would cost to put this in the ground, and then therefore to show us what would be left for what we call the soft stuff around it, i.e. stations, etc., and active travel stuff. We haven't yet got to that decision point. When we do, it's going to be very heavily looked at by that committee. I can't, because I think the ultimate delegation is the 151 officer in consultation with the portfolio holder for transport and the portfolio holder for resources, in other words, myself. So this is going to get kicked to pieces properly before a go decision is taken. In the event that a no-go decision is taken in the next couple of months, I am advised by Mr. Mason, Strategic Director for Economic Growth, Development, and Uncle Tom Cobley and all, that to the extent we have committed money in the current period, that would still be met from the DLUC grant. So whichever way you look, I hope I can give you some confidence that we are properly on top of this. Thank you.
Councillor Barnes, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I don't have that confidence in you. and the rest of the team, sorry about this, but I'm concerned that if you give the go-ahead to the scheme through whatever foolish reason and it fails, does this council have to pick up the full cost?
Councillor Harris?
I think I can give you some clarity on that, Councillor Barnes. Where we are at risk, and let me be clear, there is a risk here, is we will not get a fixed price contract from Network Rail for the heavy rail works that are around £32–33 million. Right? What we get is what they call an emerging price contract, which means they gave us their best estimate now, but it might change. If this thing overruns, we're on the hook for the overrun, right? And that's I think this is the point you're making, that is the clear area of risk. I can assure you that I personally am being as obnoxious as possible, and will be even more obnoxious when it comes to looking at these figures, because I will have no hesitation in saying no, the thing should not go ahead if the figures don't work out, or if the figures look like they're carrying too much risk. So I hope that you can trust me on that. Thank you, Stephen. No, you don't get a second.
No, you've had your supplementary. Councillor Guest.
Thank you, Chair. Seems a bit strange to stay seated. Question for Councillor Mould, if I may. Startled. Right. Carol, we're fortunate enough to live in this most beautiful part of the Sceptred Isle, and as such, destination weddings here are extremely popular. Do we have the facilities to charge more for our registration services?
Councillor Mould.
Can I stay sitting down? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Guest, for your question. Yeah, to be fair, the registration service came out of COVID. It worked jolly hard over COVID, and it was under terrific pressure, and we came out of the other side, and they've worked really hard, that small team, to get our weddings up and running. And after COVID, we had a rush of weddings, really. And to be fair, we struggled with the celebrants to cope with what we have. That's definitely tailed off, but we're now in a really good place. We have a very good website and a brochure that we put out through businesses and people can pick up. And we've got a 97% customer satisfaction rate with our weddings. And yes, we do have the ability to charge bespoke packages for weddings, which are looking really good through our website. And we've had about 35,000 clicks on our website looking. So obviously people are now taking us seriously and looking for better packages. So I'm really pleased to say that it really is looking better for us. So good news. But of course we have to charge the statutory for the basic wedding. We cannot change the price of that. So the more bespoke the wedding, the more money that we can glean for the council. So good news. So thank you.
Councillor Guest, are you looking to avail yourself of the services?
Like the Prime Minister, I'm keeping any dates close to my chest.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Councillor Williams-Pears. On average, what is the cost to this council to replace two run-of-the-mill curbstones next to each other?
Councillor Williams-Pears. We'll all want to know this one.
Well, firstly, that would depend entirely upon where the curbstones are, what the curbstones are made of, how run-of-the-mill they are, the location. Obviously, if it's a busy road, it would cost more to do. If it's, it all depends on a huge variety of factors. If you can sort of break that down as to which two curbstones we might be talking about, I can probably give you a slightly better answer.
Supplementary?
Yeah, thank you. I'll get in contact. My second question is, how much does it cost for a gang of two workmen to go to two broken curbstones and fill them in with concrete 3 times in 12 months?
Councillor Williams-Pears.
Well, again, it sounds like you have a very specific two curbstones in mind, which I'm afraid I'm not cognizant of. We have quite a few curbstones in Cornwall, as I'm sure you can appreciate. But if you can give me a little bit more info on this, I'm sure I can find some sort of costings for you. And I would assume that behind the question there is probably another question about why and things like that. So if you can give me a little more data, a little more info, I'll check it out for you and we'll get to the bottom of it. All right?
Councillor Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. It's just a question to Councillor Harris, I think, about most of us supported the 10 million extra for PIDA, and it's still, nothing's kind of happening yet. And can we have an update, please? I mean, do you know roughly when? I know some of the phase one sort of stuff is going to be starting at some point this year, I heard, but residents, I'm sure, are really keen to see some movement on that site.
Councillor Harris.
I'll give you an update, Councillor Rich, as soon as I have one. I have asked for one, and I'm expecting one shortly. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Martin.
Thank you. It's a question for Councillor Williams-Pears. So on the 19th of March, the Tor Point Ferry and Tamar Bridge Joint Committee discussed the option of asking the government to fully fund the crossings so we could abolish the tolls. The report set out lots of reasons from officers why that might not be a good idea, and the resolution was to meaningfully explore that possibility. So 2 months on, what meaningful explorations have taken place other than sending a letter to the Minister saying, see attached the self-explanatory report, which basically lists all the reasons why it might not be a good idea. We would be interested to know whether you think this is feasible. And by the way, please can we get on with automatic inflation-based increases and ANPR camera tolling so that we can collect tolls even more efficiently. So what have we actually done that's a meaningful exploration of the possibility of abolishing the tolls?
Councillor Williams-Pears.
Thank you. Yes, well, what can I say? I'm not sure where you're getting your reading of the report from that says that abolishing tolls would be a bad idea. That's certainly not how I read the report. Again, this is an ongoing process. There's a lot going on at the moment. The way the process works is to get in touch with the Minister, central government. They have to consider, obviously we've put the report together and sent it in to them. We are meaningfully exploring it in the way that we would meaningfully explore it, in the same way that we're exploring the toll increase. It's all on the table. We want to debate it all. I've said to you and I've said to everyone else that I fully support abolishing the tolls. It's something I certainly want to happen. And yeah, as part of our conversations on that's something we will be talking about.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, thank you. So to my mind, a meaningful exploration means setting out a list of the possible drawbacks and setting a timescale for addressing those questions. So what do you think is a reasonable timescale for you coming back to this council, in writing, not in a council meeting, but to putting down in writing, you've just said, which is brilliant to hear, you support abolishing the tolls. What are the barriers to that happening? Why might that be a bad idea? Because the chair of the committee or the joint chair of the committee has said maybe that's not a good idea because we might lose control of funding to do safety improvements. Can you please write down a list of your reservations and what you're doing to debate them, meaningfully explore them within the next 30 days?
Councillor Williams-Pears.
This is all being explored as part of the toll revision order through the normal processes. Again, you're talking to me as if this is something entirely within my remit. I will remind you again that this is a joint committee. This is a joint venture between ourselves and Plymouth City Council. We have jointly agreed to do this. We have jointly agreed to meaningfully explore this, and we will jointly go ahead and explore that. But I'm not going to act unilaterally on this. We've said we are doing it. We are doing it. You've seen our letter to the government ministers about this one. We're working on it. That's where we're at.
Councillor McLennan.
Thank you, Chair. My questions to the leader and to Richard over there, Transport. About 18 months ago, Sophie Hosking came up with me to look at my area and saw the problems that residents who want to live well in Cornwall face in Trevisco and Nampian. The constant lorries going past, it's a nightmare. I was out with a meeting at Suez about 2 weeks ago, and then I had a walk around and people asked me the question, what can we do? we still haven't done much, and it goes back before my time of 7 years as a councillor. It goes back to previous councillors, and it can't be a nice way of living. The lorries are so close, it's a narrow road, they're so close to people. We try to do a neighbourhood speed watch, but you take so much abuse from people, you know, and get the old V sign with respect and everything. I think we've got to try and find something. I mean, there's no pavement there, there's lots of pavements missing in the whole of my division, even my own village of Coombe, which is quite dangerous. I support the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, but again, I've meetings with the police in the China Clay network. He was next to me, the inspector, and he said, Mike, we're not going to be able to enforce this. And they're the questions I'm getting about enforcement. So really, it's what we can do. And sort of linked, if I can do my supplementary at the same time, because it's linked, Chair. I'm not a great supporter of the metro, because that's the wrong word. A metro is what I know from Gateshead and Dublin, etc. It's not a metro per se in Cornwall. It's an extra railway line. Sorry to upset you. But I can see the importance perhaps having a freight line going up to London to get some of these lorries out of the way, but that's just a thought of mine. Thank you.
Which one of you people would like to come in on this one? Councillor Williams-Pearce?
Your mic's not on.
Richard, the question that was posed by Councillor McLennan was about the lorries at Nampian, Trevisco and Nampian. And obviously you did, if I may, you did acknowledge the fact that Sophie Hoskin came out and she's your lead cap?
She's our director.
Yeah, okay. And so...
She took a real interest, but it was 2 years ago almost, and we've still got a status quo, really.
So, if I may, Richard, I think I would also say as well that that was obviously an opportunity for Sophie Hoskin, the director, to see the position, and then as a discussion, to go back to your cap, to discuss it, and see where it sits as a priority. So, Richard, if I may, can I go back to you?
You most certainly can. My profuse apologies, Mike. I thought you addressed your question to the leader, and I got back to responding to something someone had brought up earlier. So I completely missed the question. Would you like? I tell you what. Why don't we just pick this one up after the chamber, and we'll see what we can do about it then and there, rather than me sort of bouncing backwards and forward. Is that easier?
Shall I make you a date to meet me and we go there?
We certainly can do. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Well, I did mention the concept of the metro, that it's not the metro as we all know metros, it's another railway line. And I just wondered if there's an opportunity that a railway line could be introduced into Cornwall that could take some of the freight traffic away from Cornwall.
Councillor Williams-Pearce?
I'm happy to come in on this one, unless you particularly wish to, David. What can I say? This has been raised with us by several railway enthusiasts around the county, and it is something we're meaningfully exploring. We obviously have several freight lines that crisscross Cornwall already. The idea of being able to use more freight on our main railways as we upgrade those as part of the Mid-Cornwall Metro process. We've also got people asking if various freight lines could be used to actually carry passengers. We're exploring all of these options. They're all on the table at the moment. What can I say? Mid-Cornwall Metro has unlocked a lot of possibilities. It's reinvigorated a lot of interest in the railways. And if we can continue the sort of passenger growth that we're experiencing currently and hope to continue to experience, then really all options remain on the table. You know, the more people use things, the more we want to use them. And as you say, heavy rail freight is a far more efficient form of transport than lorries. So if we can do it, yeah, we'd certainly like to look at it.
Councillor Jenkin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm sure all the people in this chamber are very appreciative of the work of all the staff, our hard-working and dedicated staff, and how much they do and go over and above for the sake of Cornwall and the sake of the council. But I am slightly concerned that there seems to be quite a lot of concern about the amount of money being spent on awarding an annual employee awards, and the annual employee awards ceremony in July, I think it is, which is being held at the Eden Project, seems to include a 3-course meal, dancing, entertainment. Obviously, there's quite a lot of cost to that. I'd like to know from Councillor Harris, I think it is, how much it costs the council to put on these annual award ceremonies, and what budget that comes from. And if it's not coming from one of our internal budgets, how is it being funded?
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. So this has actually come to the public's attention because of an email that was sent by a member of staff who themselves did not understand the financial proposition that was being put forward in relation to the dinner at Eden. I'm very proud of the fact that as an organisation, I do think it's important that we recognise our staff. And I do think it's important that we take the opportunity to take them out of their normal environment and to put them somewhere where they can enjoy and relax and share in success. The gentleman who wrote the email hadn't appreciated...
Sorry, Chair, this is not about a personal thing. This is a question about how much the council are spending on it, not about who has given any information or whatever.
If I may continue. So the person who sent the email out actually acknowledged this morning through Radio Cornwall that they did not know that this dinner was actually being sponsored, and the cost to ratepayers is less than £1. So the event is fully funded by sponsors who also wanted to join Cornwall Council in helping to acknowledge the work and the achievements of our workforce. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. If it's cost to ratepayers £1, is that £1 per ratepayer in Cornwall? Because that's quite a lot of money. And the second question is, if there are sponsors that are covering the cost, who are those sponsors?
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. So it is at a cost of £1 per person attending the event. It's not £1 per ratepayer in Cornwall. As to who the sponsors are, I don't have that full list, and I feel comfortable, I'm looking at the Chief Executive, that is information that can be shared, because there is total transparency here. And I do actually take the opportunity to thank the sponsors for helping to recognise our hard-working workforce. Thank you.
So the cost to our budget is £100, is that right?
You've had your supplementary, unfortunately.
Just a point of clarification, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Candy.
Thanks. It is working. So Councillor Toms has gone now, but I would like to have thanked him for thanking the staff for getting the Polbarrow Road landslip cleared so efficiently. I didn't realise that this was a forum for sharing such information, and I had done so directly with the staff as soon as the road was clear. And I am very interested in this session to hear about a mid-Cornwall metro when the people of South East Cornwall are still being taxed to travel east. But my question is about waste, and the waste attached to the distribution of these bins that have gone randomly into the areas that I now serve. Particularly, I would like to know whether any impact assessment has been done on distributing large, 180 litre bins which are parked outside of properties permanently in conservation areas. And I have had residents say to me, I can't change the colour of my front door, but I have to keep a bin big black bin outside of it. And also, in some of these conservation areas, bins are not, they are an option if you haven't got anywhere to store the bin. You can demand to have a seagull-proof bag, the one with the correct colour handle, I understand. But the other issue is in some of these conservation areas, the alleyways and lanes are so narrow that the bin lorries, if I call them that, with a tipping apparatus on the back, cannot access those areas, so the operatives have to lean down into the bags to get the rubbish out, which negates the issue of having the bins in the first place. And I was just wondering whether any full research has been done, because it has been a huge issue, and I think it's not one that's going to go away, because these bins do detract from our Cornish areas. Thank you.
Councillor Mould.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Candy. And I understand that you are a relatively new councillor, so you may well have not been here over the last 2.5 years when we have been designing and rolling out this waste collection. I can absolutely assure you that everywhere has been assessed, and every street has been assessed, and everybody that previously had a bin or a bag has been reassessed to make sure they get the correct containment. And this is all about getting people to make less waste, and it is essentially a bin collection service. All our new lorries have a tipping action on them, so it's easier and quicker to empty a bin than it is a seagull-proof bag. We ask everybody to wait until they've got their containment and then contact the council if they feel that they would prefer a bin than a bag, and then an assessment is done. The same we do for larger families. If they feel that they need more containment, they can come to us. There is an email that you, and I hope you've availed yourself of it, because clearly people have been asking you about it, where the waste team pick up and will answer any queries. And we have had any amount of road shows that go around for people to be able to go and meet the waste team, and all these questions are addressed. So I'm disappointed, as if you say there are people already saying to you that there are bins hanging around. I really hope that you're taking the opportunity to report it, because we do not like it. It is not something we want to see. And every rollout of these bins is 52,000 houses. It's a big deal for us. And I really wouldn't want you to be thinking that we absolutely rolled these bins out and put them out willy-nilly outside every house. We certainly did not do that. But as I say, we do have an email that you can report these things to. Casework assists, and the team will pick it up with any issues. But thank you very much for your feedback.
Do you have a supplementary?
Well, yes, Chair, because there are still people waiting for containments of either sort. There have been bins dropped on the road by the council's contractor outside of property with 17 steps, and those bins were there for 3 or 4 weeks. This is in Polperro, so they were there before I was elected, and I was elected on April the 4th, and they were only removed last week. And I think my question was about the impact of having these bins in the conservation areas and in our tourism hotspots. I totally agree that we need to improve recycling rates, and I'm very keen that everybody does that, but not the impact on our tourism.
Councillor Mould, have you got anything else?
Thank you. We've always had containment and bins in our conservation areas and in our holiday hotspots. It's nothing new. It's just a new set of containment that we're asking people to use. Thank you.
Councillor German.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question was for the Cabinet Member for Planning, but in his absence, perhaps the leader can help, or a written response would be wonderful. Leader, we had a recent planning briefing around the new rules that are coming in to, through the planning process, manage short-term lets. We heard how extremely difficult that is going to be to make happen. In essence, an Article 4 direction in each place where the community decide that they want to limit the number of short-term lets in those communities. So maps will have to be drawn up, public consultation will have to take place. There's a big process to go through, which many, many communities in Cornwall will be interested in taking part in. So my question is, what will be the process for that? What additional resource will there be? Because we know that planning case officers are already overloaded with cases. So what's the additional resource to make sure that we can bring in those areas to manage short-term lets, and the timescale for that as well? Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor German. I think your questions are quite quite in depth. So I think to give you the right answer, it must be a written response. Okay, and that I'm sure will be shared with all members. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Chair. My question's for Councillor Mould, and it's following on from Councillor Candy's question, but with some congratulation in there as well, because I do think it's going very well, and the food waste recycling particularly, food waste collection particularly, is going very well. My question is around the containment. I've still got quite a lot of properties across my division where they haven't had the correct bins delivered. It has been reported. It doesn't seem to get resolved until they come to me, and then I raise it. And this has now been, what are we, 5 or 6 weeks into it. I understand there's teething problems, and there's going to be teething problems on like a big rollout like this, but I just wondered if you could give us some reassurance that you'll look into this to make sure that that residents are getting their inquiries resolved quite quickly, please. Thank you.
Councillor Mould.
Thank you, Councillor Ewart. And yeah, and some of this problem is that the resident might report it and then it doesn't get dealt with like in 24 hours. They do it again and it's another, and then they come to you and you do it. And then we've got 3 phone calls. So it looks like we've got 3 lots of, reference numbers in there. So it's really difficult. I mean, it's simple if the resident can go online and do it, but I do take your point. It does take, we have had some backlogs and we have had some issues around. And also what this is actually doing is maybe throwing up when we hear that bins are perhaps outside the house where they shouldn't be outside the house. That house is naturally shouldn't have a bin. It might turn out to be a holiday let, which shouldn't have a bin at all. So it is throwing up a few anomalies, which we are rapidly picking up. But absolutely I take on board, and I will take the message back to the waste team to make sure we're on it. And I'll get an update for you in actual fact and get it over to you in an email.
Do you have a supplementary?
A very quick one, if I may. Thank you, Councillor Mould. I appreciate that. The issue around containment going to holiday lets, I discussed it with you before, but a vast majority, I'll be very parochial, sorry. A vast majority of our second homes in, holiday lets in Kingsand and Coulsand got wheelie bins delivered to them, which are all on street properties, and they've taken, their cleaners have taken them home. I suspect that's probably happening in other places too.
That's news to me. But of course, if you're a second home and you're paying council tax, you will get a bin delivered. So it's a bit of an anomaly there. But there are letters going out now to all, as the letters are going out to the second homes, we're sending out letters to the waste. So it was always going to be a tricky issue because we didn't actually know. And what it will do, hopefully, will move an awful lot of people over to our commercial collection system, which will make the council better off in the long run. Thank you.
Councillor Kirkham.
This is just a quick question really about, I think it's probably for Councillor Alvey. I hope it's not for you, Councillor Mould, because you've had the last few. And it's about signs on beaches, so for sewage spills. So we have a system at the moment at Cornwall Council where we are told when and where there are sewage spills, and we have a system of, I think, voluntary beach guardians who are telephoned and then have to actually physically go out and put a little sign up somewhere. That only happens, I think, within certain periods of the year at certain beaches. Obviously, people now sea swim a lot more than those certain periods of the year and at those beaches. So I'm wondering whether the council has looked again at maybe extending that scheme in for further out of season, and also looking at how it's done, because the idea of these volunteers going and putting signs up, considering all the publicity and everything there is around this and how people are very concerned about it, doesn't seem to be a completely safe system. So have you considered how it could be done maybe a bit more efficiently and a bit wider?
Councillor Alvey.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkham. Yeah, you're right. It is my portfolio. Sits within public protection and our warning and informing duty. So we are reliant on the Environment Agency to notify us of the pollution incidents. And as you've rightly said, there's a process where we've got essentially volunteers that put out the notices where it isn't a lifeguarded beach and where it's classified as a bathing beach. So on our lifeguarded beaches, that's done by the RNLI for us. At the moment, the legislation only links to the bathing season, which is, I think, mid-May through to September. And you're absolutely right that this is becoming a hot topic now, because a lot of people now swim all the year round, and introduction of fairly cheap wetsuits. A lot of people are in the water out of what's traditionally been the bathing season. At the moment, we are reliant on the EA requirement of when they must notify us, namely that bathing season. But I'm happy to join the voice nationally, I think, of recognising that the bathing season is extending and that notification process needs to be improved. Clearly, that's going to bring in the challenge of our lifeguarded beaches are not lifeguarded outside the bathing season as well. And very happy to talk in more detail about it, because it is an issue that I do recognise, but at the moment we're constrained by when the EA is required to notify us. They do the testing.
Do you have a supplementary?
I suppose only to ask about the system as well, because I think there's only one person doing it at the council. So when these come in, the idea that they then, are they phoning all these different voluntary guardians? Are they sending them emails? How does it work, and how can it work quickly enough, if you see what I mean?
I have to confess, I don't know the mechanism of the flash to bang from the notification from the EA coming to the council to them passing to the relevant beach, either volunteer or RNLI guard. So I'll have to get back to you on the detail of that process.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have a question at the start of this session, but listening to some questions about the Cornwall Metro, I do now, and I think this is for probably Councillor Harris and Councillor Williams-Pears. When you are taking that deep dive and taking that decision about whether to go ahead with Cornwall Metro or not, could you bake in some kind of guarantee that the introduction of extra rolling stock on the Cornwall Metro will not lead to a reduction of rolling stock on the main lines that we currently have? So the reason I'm saying that is that, for example, in Saltash, we used to have just one train every 2 hours that stopped. That increased to one train every hour, say 3 years or so ago. And the passenger numbers in Saltash have really increased. And I would be saddened to think that if there were extra trains being used for the Cornwall Metro, that would be to the detriment of train stations. I'm sure that's not the case, but that's a little bit of an extra thing to bake into the discussions around Cornwall Metro.
Councillor Williams-Pears, you taking that one?
Yes, very, very happy to, and I'm very happy I can give you a very, very positive response on that one, which is the fact that any trains coming down to be used as part of Cornwall Metro are simply additional trains that are available on the line. So anything coming past you is just more trains, not less. So yeah, this is going to increase the number of trains running through Cornwall very significantly. The Cornwall Metro as I've said a few times in this chamber, it's almost a bit of a misnomer because everyone thinks that it's only going to be good for or affect mid-Cornwall. In actual fact, it actually affects a huge amount of Cornwall, and the upgrades to the line, digitisation, etc., make it even easier to use trains all the way across the network. Part of the mid-Cornwall Metro project is actually digitising all the stations so that you can now use tap on and tap off on all trains all the way across Cornwall, which just again makes it even easier, and as the numbers go up it becomes easier to put on more trains and to improve and innovate, as we were talking about earlier on. So this is an initial additional 700,000 seats being available in Cornwall, but we very much hope this is just the beginning, and yeah, rest assured, more trains, not less. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Do you have
but not Camborne and not on Wednesday.
No. Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the portfolio holder for transport, and really it just requires a yes or a no. Would you like me to enlighten certain members about the position at the moment where we did hear an adjournment debate in the Houses of Parliament with the MP and the Minister? We're very much now as joint chair. We're in a position where the Minister has positioned the debate into now the public inquiry. But the Minister very clearly said that he was welcoming a new independent panel to be formed so that we could then investigate with strategic partners. Now, what I'm pleased to say that within the previous 14 days as joint chair and in the coming 14 days, I've already engaged with the Vice Chair of the Tamer Tag organisation. I've actually engaged with Safe 38, at which the member was present, in which that I would strategically like to involve them in the discussion, because the 38 clearly matches the bridge and has an impact on the ferry. I've spoken to the MP. I've spoken to the member for the senior member of the Peninsula Transport in checking that they're on board and online. And I very much welcome that we will be having a full debate on this on the 14th of June, which is within the 30 days required. We've also got the new Mayor and Mayoress of Saltash coming to the Tamer Bridge offices in the very near future to engage them in that strategic position. And finally, one of the challenges of being the joint chair of the joint committee, as you quite rightly point out, is that Plymouth City Council have now recently installed a new joint chair and 2 members of said committee. So we've got a period of time of about 10 days to actually update them as members, actually cross-party, to bring them up to speed for this challenging time. So is that a yes or a no? Would you like me to go through that?
Yes, thank you for that. And also, what can I say? That quite often in this job, I was going to say quite often in this job, you just answer the question in front of you without recognising, of course, that we do have Martin, the joint chair of the Tamar Committee. As I said in my answer, this isn't something for me to decide personally. This is a much wider thing. Clearly, Martin has been doing a lot of work on this, and it's very remiss of me not to have turned to Martin for his part in that answer in the first place, which was far better than the answer I gave. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I did have a supplementary on that.
Really? I thought that you'd actually used that one up.
Just to make the point that actually on the 14th, the Joint Committee will have 2 Cabinet members present at the time, which will give it extra credibility as regards its decisions. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the leader. Quite a few members of this council are members of the Devon and Cornwall Police Councillor Advocate Scheme. But recently, the majority of those meetings, in fact, I think all of them now, are held in Devon. And I do remind people that it is Devon and Cornwall Police. So, Leader, would you, when you next have an appropriate conversation with the Police and Crime Commissioner, please put to her the value of having 1 or 2 of those meetings here. When they're in Devon, it's a 2-hour meeting each way to attend a 2-hour meeting. And the benefit isn't just for we members, it's for all the parish councillors who find it difficult and difficult to justify as well, and our CAP members. So if she would, and I'm talking about the Peace and Crime Commission when I use the word she, if she would perhaps reconsider her present plan and bring some of those meetings this way, I think a lot of people would benefit. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor?
Councillor Perry, thank you. I think it's incredibly important that some of those meetings are held in Cornwall. As you quite rightly said, it's Devon and Cornwall, and we need to have that opportunity for democracy in Cornwall. So I will absolutely take it as a priority and talk to her about this, okay?
Lovely. Councillor Morton.
Thank you. I'm going to talk rubbish. Councillor Mould, when we had the rollout of when the bin waste collection system was discussed and debated several years ago, people were told that they would have the choice between a bin and a bag. I understand that when you rolled it out, you sort of say, logistically, it's easier to just give people what you think is best and let them adjust it afterwards. But there are now people who are saying, it's really not working for me. Sometimes it's because they're in a very small house with very limited storage space in the front, so they've got a big wheelie bin that's clogging up either a tiny front yard or living on the pavement, and what they want is a bag. Another example is someone who lives on a farm and has a long track, half a mile long, that their bin collection point is not actually on their property, but is like on the street corner further along, where they normally put their rubbish in the back of their car and drop it off by the pickup point, but now they've been told they have to keep it in a wheelie bin. So the question is, can people actually specify what's right for them, or do you think that you know better?
I don't know better about anything. I know the system that we have rolled out, and the system that we are rolling out is a bin-led system. We have the lorries that empty bins. We deliver bins. If you have a bin and you come back to us, if you have a property and you have to keep the bin on the pavement, you cannot have a bin because we cannot have and you cannot put it inside your gate. You have to have a seagull bag. So we will make those judgments on when the people come back to us and say, you've delivered me a bin, but a bin is not suitable for me, I need a bag. We will phone them, we will speak to them, we will assess them, and we will make a decision based on that evidence. But it is a bin-led service, and I don't. It's a bit like having if you go and say to somebody, do you want a bin or a bag? You're going to get a myriad of reasons. So you have to have a decision made, and the decision made that we have bought lorries that tip bins. So it is a bin-led service. But there is a process for people saying, I cannot manage a bin. It's a bit like we have lots of people that have assisted deliveries. We have been to those people, some of them have been reassessed, some of them have asked for assisted collections, which means we have had a huge rise in people asking for assisted collections. So all those conversations do go on, but it is not a case of, I just don't want a bin, I'd rather have a bag. In the first instance, if you can accommodate a bin, we expect you to have a bin. I hope that's clear.
Are you happy with that?
I've got a brief supplemental. That is clear that you've very clearly described a bin-led service. I never heard the phrase bin-led service in all of the consultation that went on beforehand, but you're clear that is what the policy is. My fault if I wasn't listening properly. When we do the rollout, sometimes we find that there might be a stretch of 5 houses together where they've just missed the whole lot have missed their houses. What we're finding is when we try to contact the council and say this row of houses hasn't got any bins, the response we're getting is, please tell us the name and contact details of all the individual residents. So that's not an acceptable way for us to do casework assist. We need to be able to just say, this section needs looking at. Can you make sure that happens, please?
Yeah, and but I would urge you as divisional member to say, please go on to the website and register a non-collection, because that is much, much simpler. It's really easy to do. You go on the website, get on the tile, report a miscollection, they come the next day. Because if you do it, they've got to, and you don't give them the names and addresses, they've got to go and find them. And so it's much more, I know you're shaking your head, but it is actually more efficient if the resident does it. They've got all their details at hand, click on miscollection, they get an email back saying they'll be long. And I did it myself the other day, and they were there the next morning. So, you know, and I'm not suggesting they knew who I was either. But in actual fact, I think, you know, it is difficult, because as a councillor, I'm sure we all feel, or someone's complained, I'll go and do it, I'll go and do it for them. It's much quicker if they do it themselves. And I'm sorry, it's not what you really want to hear, but that is actually, that's what happens.
In the real world, where there's people that park 5 bins at the end of one row...
We've got to move on because we're running out of time. Councillor Guest.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a bit spoiled. That's my second question today. This is, I know, reading. This is for Councillor Ellenbrook. Now that Cornwall Council is a member of Fostering South West, and we're currently running a recruitment drive for new foster carers, it's acknowledged that there is a shortfall in this commendable occupation. Can you please update us on how this campaign is going and how we, as members, can help in spreading awareness of these vacancies?
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Yes, the Fostering South West scheme is going exceptionally well. All the local authorities involved have collectively recruited to all posts to actually run the hub, which went live last month. And currently, Cornwall have had the highest number of foster carer inquiries since the new hub has been live. Wow. And that is actually higher than we would see on average over the same period prior to the hub. So it is working extremely well, and it feels like this is the right way to encourage people to become foster parents. And again, I would remind every single person who's still here, we are all corporate parents, so this is something that is important for all of us in our roles as councillors. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thankfully, no supplementary, just thank you for the answer. And it's been a long day, and it's nice to finish on a positive note, isn't it?
There being no more questions, we close the meeting at 16:06. Thank you.